Beneath the densely woven forests of northern Poland, a jagged scar etches its way across the landscape. 50 kilometers of weathered concrete carves a path through the waters of Lake Mamre to the open plains of the Baltic Sea, a forgotten canal branded by a fallen empire.
This imposing structure bears the ominous signature of Nazi Germany, a testament to the imprint they had on this region.
Preceded by decades of failed attempts, a fragmented foundation lay dormant until Hitler seized the chance to revive this waterway into a monument of totalitarian might. The Masurian Canal, once finished, would be a symphony of steel and concrete, bending the waters to the will of the Reich.
There are thousands of tons of concrete in this. It is difficult terrain to build in.
This was a complete system designed to dominate the waterways of East Prussia.
This will become one of the largest engineering projects that the Nazis will undertake in East Prussia.
Capable of carrying ships of up to 240 tons, this ambitious waterway would link the secluded Masurian lakes to the open sea, forging a vital artery of commerce through German-controlled territory. Though built under the facade of economic progress, this relic of Nazi engineering may harbor a far darker secret.
Why did Hitler want to resurrect this engineering project? What potential advantage or benefit did he see in an abandoned waterway?
To this day, there's still speculation as to the true purpose of this waterway. Why was its construction kept a secret? And in the end, why was it all just forgotten?
(1933) East Prussia, a lonely German enclave isolated by foreign borders.
After World War I, Prussia was divided and parts of its territory were given to Poland. East Prussia became a territory of Germany that was non-contiguous. The only ways to access it from the rest of Germany were by land through the Polish corridor or via the Baltic Sea.
Comprised largely of agricultural lands and lush mixed forests, its northern region also boasts a rich inland reserve of freshwater lakes.
The Masurian Lakes district of northern East Prussia has about 2,000 lakes.
It covers an area of roughly 52,000 square kilometers, similar in size to a country like Costa Rica.
It extends eastward from the lower Vistula River to the modern-day border between Poland and the Russian exclave of Kaliningrad.
However, this region finds itself in a precarious position, located in an outpost of Germany that's deeply vulnerable to external interest. As the Nazi Party ascends to power, the Masurian Lakes and the greater East Prussian stronghold take on a new significance.
It is not just a border that Germany needs to protect, it is also a buffer zone between Germany and Russia. It is a territory which can be used for infrastructural developments such as factories, armament factories that would help Germany in its war effort. And then finally, it is geostrategically extremely important for Germany for the logistical movement of its troops.
For any kind of operation launching into the Soviet Union, it's a good staging point. It's also a good staging point if they go to war with Poland.
After Hitler comes to power, the Nazis begin to transform East Prussia from an agricultural heartland into more of an industrial area.
Yet, to unlock the vast potential of this wooded region, an extensive overhaul of infrastructure would be required. A web of railways, roads, and robust waterways. As Nazi planners survey the East Prussian landscape, their attention is drawn to a winding trail of abandoned concrete beds snaking through the terrain. The remnants of the Masurian Canal.
These sprawling foundations were the beginnings of the Masurian Canal, a transportation project that had broken ground decades earlier. The plans for this waterway was to connect the Masurian Lakes with the Baltic Sea.
By the dawn of Hitler's reign, the art of canal engineering was well established across Europe. The Reich's ambitions, however, would breathe new life into this age-old technology, etching a symbol of their empire into the earth.
Canals are a really important part of our transportation infrastructure. They allow marine traffic to traverse a shorter distance between different bodies of water, different elevations of water. It's a very difficult construction to do, but it can be very meaningful in allowing communities to evolve and flourish, and it is a critical piece of infrastructure to drive that growth.
The first proposals for the Masurian Canal can be traced back to at least the 18th century, the golden age of waterway construction. During this era, administrators under King Frederick the Great of Prussia seek to establish new channels of trade and transport across their kingdom and note the potential of this expansive lake district.
Between the 17th and the 19th centuries, Europe experienced a canal age, a period of increase in the building of these waterways because they'd become the fastest means for long-distance travel and transport.
By the 19th century, Europe has an intricate network of canals that connects the English Channel with the Atlantic Ocean, with the Mediterranean Sea.
Canals really become the veins through which the lifeblood of European progress flows.
This idea, however, would lie dormant until the mid-19th century, when the notion resurfaces as the Allenberger Canal project, a 50-kilometer-long route capable of carrying cargo ships into the heart of the region. This proposed channel would allow freighters to navigate an elevation change of over 100 meters from the coast to the interior, a vertical feat that would require the incorporation of a crucial mechanism.
The elevation difference between the Baltic Sea and the Masurian Lakes is 111 meters. That's about the height of Big Ben.
By the end of the 19th century, canal construction is facing competition from the advancements in steam locomotives.
The canal proposal and the land it would traverse undergo a number of changes in the following years. As the region is absorbed into the German Empire, revisions reflect new priorities, one of which sees the initially promising inclined plane design replaced by a more conventional yet reliable lock mechanism.
An inclined plane is simply a mechanical method for moving boats between different elevations. Using a system of cables and powerful engines and brakes, that boat is either raised up or lowered down the incline. Lock gates have been used to raise and lower boats along waterways for thousands of years, and the theory behind them is actually very simple. If a ship is moving downstream, to enter the lock, it goes through the entrance gates, where the lock gates close behind it, and it is now in a watertight chamber. A valve is then opened, which drains that water inside the chamber and lowers the ship. Once lowered, the exit gates open, the ship can sail out through it, now at a lower elevation. And if it needs to go the other way, i.e. back up, you just reverse the process.
By the spring of 1911, after decades of deliberation, the project finally navigates the maze of bureaucracy and emerges with official authorization and a budget of 15 million marks. The sound of machinery breaks the silence of the East Prussian woodlands, and the vision of this enormous hydro course begins to take physical form. But as workers toil to reshape the terrain, a distant rumble grows on the horizon, one that would soon reverberate across the continent and bring construction to an abrupt halt. 1914. A young Adolf Hitler leaves the streets of Vienna for the German city of Munich, a place pulsating with nationalistic fervor. Swept up in the patriotic tide, Hitler disregards his foreign status and enlists with the Bavarian army. The Great War has begun, and he eagerly heeds the call to arms.
Hitler's involvement in the First World War is a seminal moment in his life. Before he enlists in the Bavarian army, he is a failed artist, he is a man without purpose. His involvement in the First World War gives him purpose for the first time in his life.
This is the most positive, formative experience that Hitler had in imbibing German nationalism, patriotism, fighting alongside other German soldiers, and developing that sense of military honor. It's a very transformative experience for Hitler.
As Hitler joins the front line in Belgium, the German Empire faces a grave threat from the east. The Russians have set their sights on Berlin. But before they can march on the capital, they must first contend with their enemy's nearest frontier, East Prussia. In this outlying province, the Masurian Canal sits unfinished and exposed, a testament of German engineering now vulnerable to the tides of war. As the summer of 1914 harrowingly unfolds, Russian forces surge across the border and the tranquil Lake District is transformed into a deadly battleground.
The province of East Prussia, on the periphery of Germany, is actually the only part of the German Empire itself that saw direct combat during World War I.
By this time, the Masurian Canal is already 3 years into construction, but only a tiny proportion of earthworks have been completed. And whilst by today's standards, that speed of progress might seem incredibly slow, you need to understand the challenges that were presented by the rugged and remote terrain it was attempting to cross.
Though the Germans hold their ground in East Prussia, their leaders will ultimately surrender after years of combat against a powerful coalition of enemies. In the war's aftermath, the defeated Weimar Republic is left to count its losses. As the nation struggles to rebuild from the ashes of defeat, work on the Masurian Canal resumes. However, in just a few years, the Republic's withering economy once again brings the project, along with many others, to a standstill. Eventually, this stalled megastructure will fall into the hands of a burgeoning radical intent on transforming the nation. 1934. Under Hitler's Germany, laborers are sent in droves to the forests of East Prussia to resurrect the failed Masurian Canal. And soon an Arbeitslager, or labor camp, is erected to accommodate the growing pool of local and conscripted workers. A sense of urgency lingers in the air. Nazi administrators wish to see the canal completed by the turn of the decade.
There seems to be a really aggressive push to resurrect this canal project. Why is it that there is such focus placed on this undertaking?
So there's many different objectives that could have been at the back of Hitler's mind. The one that they probably started off with before even the beginning of World War II was to kickstart economic growth and development.
A decade earlier, the toll of Germany's surrender had severely deteriorated the economy. Runaway inflation had plummeted the mark to absurd lows, with citizens requiring wheelbarrows of money to buy a single loaf of bread. Following their reluctant signing of the Treaty of Versailles, effectively ending the war, the Weimar Republic was broke and defenseless.
The Treaty of Versailles is the peace treaty that Germany is forced to sign when it loses the First World War. It sets out a number of terms and conditions, and these include the loss of territory, the loss of their army, which has to be limited to a very restricted number of troops and cannot be developed significantly. Germany is required to pay significant reparations that end up crippling its economy.
So the stab in the back myth is this idea that Germany didn't actually lose the war on the battlefields, that it was stabbed in the back by a group of Jews, socialists, and pacifists. And it is a myth that is perpetrated by the German High Command to save face, the idea that Germany didn't lose the war. It is a total myth because Germany did lose the war. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Germany signed the armistice because it couldn't keep fighting.
Hitler seizes the simmering resentment like a weapon, ascending the public stage as a leading member of the nationalist Nazi movement. His fiery call for a new German order herds thousands to his support.
Although the Nazi Party forms in the early 1920s, it isn't until the late 1920s, and in particular when the Great Depression really sets in Germany after 1929, that we see a significant rise in the popularity of this political party.
The party's radical platform finds growing appeal among a populace that's disillusioned by the failures of the Weimar Republic. Soon the Nazis become the largest party in the Reichstag, and Adolf Hitler cements his seat as the absolute dictator of Germany.
His initial ambition is to rebuild Germany economically, and for him, the way to do that was to create jobs. How do you create jobs? You launch a whole lot of infrastructural projects all over Germany, and you try to start building up the army, go on the defensive, protect the German economy in order to rebuild the country.
Under Hitler's iron-fisted rule, every corner of the Reich sees dramatic transformation as a series of aggressive policies and infrastructure projects are hastily set in motion. In the enclave of East Prussia, change is already well underway. At the orders of the provincial Nazi leader Erich Koch, agricultural land once tilled by independent farmers is collectivized and the region moves towards mass industrialization.
Erich Koch is the regional leader of East Prussia when Hitler takes power. Erich Koch uses these emergency relief funds to really establish industry in East Prussia.
Koch is quick to tout his success, asserting that his policies have eradicated unemployment in East Prussia, a feat that garners widespread acclaim throughout the Reich.
Koch proclaimed that he had eradicated unemployment in East Prussia, and this became a powerful tool of Nazi propaganda. Hitler would tout that. And by claiming to have eradicated unemployment in East Prussia, Koch became famous. He was the recipient of widespread acclaim throughout Nazi Germany.
Soon, the unfinished Masurian Canal, previously left abandoned to the forest floor, resurfaces yet again, the perfect foundation for a network of maritime traffic. In 1934, Hitler's first year as Führer, his party approves the continuation of this crucial bridge to the Baltic with a commitment of 19.5 million Reichsmarks.
Connecting the Masurian Lakes to the Baltic Sea opens up a new artery of trade and transport for the Germans.
But maybe there were other reasons beyond economic reasons that Hitler wanted to complete this canal.
From what we know about Hitler today, it's very likely there was an ulterior, perhaps darker motive behind this project.
In the bug-infested backwoods of the Masurian Lakes, laborers rushed to advance the Masurian Canal's long-awaited 50-kilometer span from Lake Mamre to the Lena River, where vessels could then navigate onwards to the Baltic Sea.
The timeline from 1934 to 1941 that Hitler imposed on the project to be completed by is incredibly ambitious. It would take years of planning and design to make this work. It's a giant project.
Though, having sat dormant for a decade, its unfinished contours had slowly been reclaimed by the elements. Years of neglect had taken their toll, and before Nazi shovels can carve new ground, the existing foundation must be reassessed.
The first step of any construction project is actually to build infrastructure just to get to the site, let alone making sure that you have materials available on site to build the things that you want to do. We're talking about excavators, potential blasting if they hit rock. That is just an incredible undertaking.
To address a project of this scale, planners pull hands from the consortium that would become known as Organisation Todt.
Organisation Todt is an extensive civilian and military labor force. This organization is responsible for building roads, railways, factories, and fortifications across the Reich.
The Organisation Todt will be the largest workforce in Germany. Eventually, they'll have over 1 million. I don't want to say employees, because that again includes slave labor, conscripted labor, foreign labor, and prisoners of war. But they will have over 1 million people slaving for them indeed.
The task ahead is monumental, and the specifications daunting. A 2.5-meter deep gash in the earth that weaves over 50 kilometers through a dynamic landscape. At its lowest point, the canal bed would span 13 meters wide. And once eventually filled with water, the breadth from bank to bank would stretch 23 meters across. The canal itself would then be accompanied by hundreds of subordinate structures such as siphons, tunnels, bridges, outbuildings, reservoirs, and even small passages for local wildlife. And the challenges extend beyond sheer size. The Masurian landscape is a mosaic of rolling hills and marshy lowlands. Cutting through this unpredictable terrain demands constant adjustments. To smooth its course, the Nazis create massive embankments along the spine of the canal.
Certain sections of a canal construction will need the use of embankments, which are essentially lengths of compounded, raised earth that are used to avoid any significant height fluctuation for the waterway. And some of the embankments on the Masurian waterway measured up to 15 meters high. That's a lot of earth to build up.
From the sprawling earthwork arises a chain of 10 reinforced concrete locks. massive mechanisms used to drop and elevate ships along their route to and from the sea.
There are 10 locks across this canal, and they categorize those locks based on the elevation change from 8 meters of elevation change all the way upwards to 30 meters. That's a really big distance.
The manual capabilities of these locks is crucial in case there is some kind of malfunction or any kind of power outage.
One end of the canal touches the edge of Lake Mamre in the heart of the Masurian lakelands. Here, vessels will pass through the grandest feature of the entire system.
The scale of the Lezhnevo Upper Lock is a true sight to behold. It is the king of this canal. The length of its chamber is a whopping 46 meters. Working in tandem with its sister lock, the Lezhnevo Lower Lock, it can lift or lower ships 33 meters. That's about the height of a 10-story building.
Inside the lock's chamber, the Nazis also built a labyrinth of rooms to house the mechanism for operating the lock.
Now known as the Lezhnevo Upper Lock, Schleusen-Fürstenau is the crown jewel of this ambitious project, a showpiece of the Nazi regime. Its towering concrete facade, emblazoned with the imperial eagle, the Reichsadler, and the swastika of the Third Reich's coat of arms.
The financial investment of this canal is staggering. Building a single kilometer of the canal costs 800,000 Reichsmarks, which is the equivalent of $7 million today. In fact, it is second only to the development of the Autobahn in East Prussia. This canal has sort of had a stop-go history, so it seems now, with the Nazis in power, that for the first time the canal will actually be finished.
For some time, it seems the Nazi promise of new infrastructure and economic rebirth in East Prussia is coming to fruition. Between 1933 and 1936, employment in the construction industry across the Reich nearly triples. The Masurian Canal is poised to be a testament of progress, but a dark undercurrent runs beneath the surface. As the decade lingers on, Hitler's true ambitions and perhaps the ultimate purpose of this inland waterway will soon be revealed.
This canal doesn't feed any big city, so what is it about this region that lures the intrigue and the interest of the Nazi leadership?
For all its power and scale, the construction of the Masurian Canal is shrouded in secrecy. Only high-ranking loyalists are privy to the true extent of the plans, leaving many to wonder about the real purpose behind this massive undertaking.
In the late 1930s, the canal does not appear on any maps. You don't want it advertised or certainly identified where exactly it is. And the closer we get to the war, the more it seems this canal is being hidden.
But the completion of the canal may be far more than an economic endeavor. Perhaps this waterway is a key piece of Hitler's grand political puzzle.
Could this canal be used to serve areas that are being used for clandestine military operations?
Is it possible that this remote, isolated outpost is in fact a launch pad for Hitler's vision for Lebensraum?
Lebensraum is a very old concept in German history, living space. It entails this idea that the German people should take over, essentially, Eastern Europe all the way to the Ural Mountains, which divide Russian Asia from European Russia.
Beneath the shadows, Hitler is rolling out plans that brazenly defy the punitive Treaty of Versailles. Under the guise of performing routine maintenance on his existing fleet, he secretly approves the expansion of the Navy, projecting the construction of battleships, destroyers, and submarines, all in direct violation of the treaty's terms. His aim is clear: to transform his allowable small defensive force into a formidable military capable of offensive action. This marks the first step towards building the fearsome Wehrmacht.
Hitler was always looking for ways to remilitarize in defiance of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles and take steps to create a powerful German military, the Wehrmacht, Germany's unified military made up of the Heer, or the army, the Kriegsmarine, the navy, and the Luftwaffe, the air force.
Hitler is essentially mobilizing the entire population of Germany to be on war condition.
September 1st, 1939. The fragile peace in Europe abruptly implodes as German forces unleash Fall Weiss, a devastating blitzkrieg across the Polish border. As Luftwaffe planes darken the skies over Warsaw and panzer units thunder into the country, Poland finds itself surrounded by Hitler's relentless war machine. Within days, their defenses crumble under the onslaught, and the world watches in horror as the once sovereign nation is torn apart. This signals the beginning of the deadliest conflict in human history. The Second World War has begun.
Hitler had been preparing the country for greatness, essentially. Ever since he'd taken over power, he was trying to rebuild Germany and help Germany regain its foothold in Europe.
As Hitler plunges Europe into the Second World War, every single strategic resource that Germany has becomes essential for its war machine, and this could potentially extend to the Masurian Canal.
Yet as the conflict spreads across the continent, priorities shift dramatically. All attention pivots to the immediate exigencies of warfare. In the remote reaches of Masuria, work on the canal is consequently paused as resources and labor are redirected to a more pressing need in the Eastern Corridor.
It makes sense that the workers who were building the Masurian Canal at the time were redirected to start building the Wolf's Lair, because that was a military headquarters that was extremely essential for Hitler, because that's where the entire war plan was created. And it needed to be in a place that was well protected, in a place that was well hidden, and a place that was well supplied.
Around 20 kilometers southwest of Lake Mamre, nestled in the wilds of Girlosh, a grand undertaking is set to outpace the canal. Utilizing the natural barrier of the Masurian lakes, builders hurriedly work at constructing a 6.5 square kilometer compound to house the eastern headquarters of the Führer himself. Aptly named Wolfschanze, or the Wolf's Lair, this will become the heavily fortified nerve center from which Hitler will orchestrate all military operations in the eastern arena.
All these resources that are being deployed to the canal, suddenly those resources are now cut back to build the Wolf's Lair, this complex of bunkers that is enormous, that is as big of an engineering enterprise as, a few miles of canal.
Additional subordinate headquarters associated with the Wolf's Lair are dispersed throughout the region. The largest of these satellite compounds sits on the western bank of Lake Mamre. Designed as a base for the Wehrmacht's Supreme Army Command, the Oberkommando des Heeres. Construction of the sprawling settlement known as OKH Mauerwald is entrusted to the Organisation Torts workforce that has previously carved the bulk of the Masurian Canal. Within a single year, they're tasked with erecting one of the most impressive military bases for chief staff that East Prussia has ever seen.
Mauerwald translates to wall forest, and it's essentially what it sounds like. It is a wall of concrete in the middle of the forest. This is a place that has its own power grid, drainage system, communications network, and even a hospital. And at its busiest time during the war, there are over 1,500 officers living and working here.
Thousands of laborers are employed over the next 4 years to build this massive complex.
A common practice employed by the Nazis in their massive construction projects was to shuffle workers out. And this was in the interest of security. There wasn't anyone who had worked on a project from beginning to end and knew its full scope and all of its dimensions.
Both Mauerwald and the Wolfschanze were also camouflaged as chemical plants. Nobody realized that there was kind of a military significance to the Mauerwald.
The operations at Mauerwald are shrouded in protection. The site itself is a fortress of secrets. Access to the compound is strictly controlled, connected to Wolfschanze only via a single rail line.
Interestingly, Mauerwald is located along the southern edge of the Masurian Canal.
Situating this major military base so close to the canal does suggest that the purpose of the canal from day one was not just economic. And obviously, in war, control of the waterways is paramount.
The Germans build a number of these fortified command posts in East Prussia because they are planning an invasion of Eastern Europe. In August 1939, Hitler and Stalin sign a non-aggression pact. This gives Hitler the green light to start World War II. It's also very interesting because what it means is between the invasion of Poland and Operation Barbarossa, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union are essentially allies. It means that after Hitler's conquered Poland, he knows he has a friendly power on his eastern border, so he can turn his full attention to the west. Hitler sets his sights on knocking Britain out of the war, and he tries to do this through the Battle of Britain. He fails. Britain wins the Battle of Britain. So then Hitler turns his attention to his ultimate goal, which is the defeat of the Soviet Union.
As the war brutally treads on, steel is forged and machines take shape across the Reich. Envisioning an ocean fleet capable of maritime dominance, Hitler calls for the widespread production of the nation's most ferocious naval weapon, the U-boat.
Arguably, the U-boat is the Germans' most powerful naval weapon of the 20th century. Initially used in the First World War, these vessels could dive to a depth of around 50 meters and had a range of 40,000 kilometers.
Because the U-boat can travel long distances without being detected, it allows the Germans to be able to circumvent Allied blockades.
Lurking beneath the waves of the Atlantic, this silent predator gains notoriety for its ability to strike from the depths without warning, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. In the First World War alone, German and Austrian U-boats sank around 8,000 Allied merchant and warships many times their size, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of sailors in the process.
Submersible vessels experience an incredible amount of pressure as they dive deeper into the water. The U-boat design employed a new alloy that was stronger than previous steels and allowed them to go deeper and to resist that pressure and to be safe.
During the Second World War, the Nazis continuously developed the design of the U-boat, and at one point incorporating the G7E electric torpedo. Whilst it sacrificed some speed and range compared to its steam-powered counterpart, it no longer had the telltale stream of bubbles behind it, which made it much more difficult to detect.
At the start of the Second World War, the Kriegsmarine had just 46 operational U-boats, but by 1941 that number increases to 365.
Producing U-boats is very challenging. Not only are they a large machine that takes a lot of work to actually build them, the U-boat construction is being targeted by the Allies. And the reason for that is because they are one of the biggest threats that the Allies face. The Battle of the Atlantic is a life or death struggle for the continued ability of Britain to resist against the Nazis.
If you're looking to build up the capacity of your navy away from any external prying eyes, there's probably no better place to do it than away from the coast in this remote forest land. And through the canal, with the potential to have access to the open water, it's almost the perfect place to set up a secret shipyard.
Some say the canal may be intended to service a secretive U-boat shipyard that allows easy access from German territory to the Baltic Sea, where vessels could then navigate onwards to cause devastation in the Atlantic.
The canal's widened at certain areas, and that's a critical design aspect. These widened areas allow for a larger turn radius of up to 40 meters. That is the turn radius of a smaller U-boat.
There is a big issue with that idea. The canal is only 2.3 meters deep, while the draft of a U-boat is over 4 meters. Putting it simply, a U-boat could not sail through that canal.
However, as the Kriegsmarine scales back manufacturing from massive shipyards to smaller factories that produce prefabricated parts, the feasibility of work along the canal remains.
The Allied bombing campaign really undermines Germany's war economy, as it forces them to make radical changes to how they're producing war machines. They suddenly now have to build them in heavily fortified factories and then bring them all together for assembly.
Prefabricated parts can be barged out, hide the prefabricated factory outside of occupied Prussia. If one gets bombed out, they can turn to another factory for the parts.
Could Mauerwald have served a dual purpose, not only as a command center, but also a cog in the machine of the Nazi war effort? The function of most of the buildings at Mauerwald are known to us today, but some still retain an air of mystery.
Buildings 11 and 12 are a little bit suspicious. They're really big. They're 13 meters by 21 meters, and they were purported to be a boiler room and a power plant. These buildings are way bigger than what would be needed for those utilities. It might have been built for something else in mind.
Was there a secret shipyard for building U-boats or for making components for U-boats in the Masurian Canal? We don't know. But if a secret U-boat shipyard or a factory did exist, where along this canal could it have been?
As the war rages on, work on the Masurian waterway is slowed to a near halt by 1941. But this vast structure will soon find a new purpose, not as a transport route, but as a strategic barricade in yet another deadly offensive. June 22nd, 1941. More than 3 million Nazi soldiers are quietly amassed along the 2,900-kilometer border between the Reich and the Soviet Union. At the utterance of a simple command, they blazed forward in a brutally deceitful attack, Operation Barbarossa.
When Hitler then defies the non-aggression pact and opens up the Eastern Front with Operation Barbarossa, I think his calculation was that this would stun the Russians and would give Hitler the edge going into the war against the Russians.
Backed by thousands of tanks and aircraft, the Germans steamroll east, swallowing vast swathes of land, crushing the ill-prepared resistance, and unleashing a conflict that would ultimately decide the Second World War.
Operation Barbarossa is arguably the biggest strategic blunder that Hitler makes during the Second World War. He hasn't actually finished his war in the West because Britain still exists. And so what he does is he condemns Germany to fight a war on two fronts. OKH, German High Command, becomes one of the most important units during the planning of this operation. The location of the Wolf's Lair and Marawald allows Hitler and his generals to closely monitor what's happening in their fight against the Soviet Union.
Operation Barbarossa ushers in a new chapter of the war as Nazi forces relentlessly push into the Russian countryside, their sights set on Moscow. Yet despite their meticulous preparations, the invasion is a gamble. And in December of 1941, after months of successful German advances, the Red Army unexpectedly turns the tide, forcing the Wehrmacht into a steady retreat.
Though construction had already stopped, the Masurian Canal was around 90% complete and virtually filled with water.
As the Germans retreat and the Soviets advance into Germany proper, the Germans are forced to turn everything and anything into a defensive line. And so the Masurian Canal becomes part of that defense. So what you see is the canal is being used by the Germans to try and halt the unstoppable Soviet onslaught. And as part of that, they're actually destroying parts of the canal, including bridges, to try and do anything to slow down the Red Army's advance.
But this hastily cobbled defensive line, an act of desperation in the face of defeat, is not nearly enough to stave off the oncoming attack. A tide of Soviet steel and determination pours westward, fueled by the blood of millions and the support of Allied resources. City after city falls, each bringing the roar of the Russian tanks closer to the heart of the Third Reich. By May 1945, the Soviets seized Berlin, and the war in Europe is finally brought to an end.
At the end of the war, Joseph Stalin meets with American President Harry Truman and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill to decide the fate of Germany. They sign the Potsdam Treaty, which divides Germany between the superpowers. East Prussia is divided into two parts. The majority is annexed by Poland, and the remainder goes to the Soviet Union.
Poland and the Soviet Union find themselves in possession of a regime's scattered remains across East Prussia. The two powers divide the course of the unfinished Masurian Canal between them. Roughly 20 kilometers fall under Polish control, while the remaining 30 kilometers becomes Soviet territory, with 5 locks in each section. However, this partition does little to breathe new life into the long-neglected project. Neither Poland nor the USSR possess the resources or the will to complete the canal's construction. The grand vision of a navigable waterway connecting the Masurian Lakes to the Baltic Sea and the secrets it once contained fades into obscurity, overtaken by the pressing demands of the post-war era.
The fact that the canal does not get much use during the war means that perhaps it did not meet its full strategic potential.
Today, the canal is in a state of disrepair and decay. A lot of the elements were either destroyed, deteriorated, filled in. It is not a functional structure.
Much of the equipment from the lock gates has been looted, rendering them completely inoperable.
There's still one lock that has a kind of a shadow of the old ego Nazi symbol, leaving this kind of imprint of its Nazi history to this day.
Seeing this intimidating Nazi symbol on this imposing feat of engineering would really drive home to anyone passing through. This regime has built something impressive. They are leaving their mark on the landscape. They are a force to be reckoned with.
What's interesting here is as they were taking off the actual emblem, it fell into the water. So it poses this interesting question: is it actually still in the canal?
Though seemingly forgotten, the Masurian Canal and its neighboring base have since been reclaimed by nature. Their once formidable concrete shells softened under a veil of moss and leaves. These hollow, skeletal remains, once bustling with the frantic activity of warfare, now stand as nothing more than a haunting monument in a landscape transformed by the dark tides of history.
We have to wonder what the true intent was for this canal. Why was its construction kept secret for so long? And more importantly, how would the course of history have changed had the canal actually been completed and that access to the Baltic Sea had been opened up?
Perched atop Europe's towering hills, along the banks of its grand rivers, and within the beating heart of its most lucrative trade centers, stand the bastions of its past, the majestic castles of former kingdoms. For centuries, these structures have stood as silent sentinels of history, weathering wars and enduring the elements even as progress engulfed the world around them. But when the ominous shadow of the Third Reich falls across the continent, these once mighty fortresses are transformed into symbols of a new and foreboding era.
As the Nazis unleash their brutal conquest of Europe, these structures, left behind by regimes of the past, take on a new significance. They're seized and repurposed to serve the dark ambitions of the Reich.
The Nazis' relentless advance leaves no stone unturned. One by one, the castles of Central Europe succumb to the regime's iron grip, each restored to a twisted version of their former glory. This brash conquest of architecture brings Hitler closer to his vision of dominance, a Nazi Reich built on the foundations of Europe's storied past.
The Nazis are going to claim and repurpose these castles for a variety of reasons.
These castles could be used as military bases, as military headquarters for smaller operations, smaller regional operations.
These once majestic structures are slowly transformed into the underbelly of the Nazi war machine.
Yet beyond the stagnant moats and the tall fortress walls, the activities that transpire within remain shrouded in secrecy, largely hidden from the world until the collapse of the regime.
Why were these castles specifically picked by the Reich? What dark dealings were concealed behind the walls?
Characterized by their formidable walls, rugged stonework, and imposing silhouettes, castles are the architectural marvels that once shaped the landscape of medieval Europe. Often equipped with defensive towers, moats, and a labyrinth of chambers, these structures are built to keep enemies out, and the secrets of their dynasties within. Far more than defensive strongholds, Here stand the political headquarters where the fate of a kingdom is decided by both pen and sword, the epicenter of near absolute power.
These structures have been around for a long, long time, and as different cultures, different people influence these structures, they change, they morph. You can sort of see the postmark of a particular influence.
In the 20th century, despite their prominent place in the European landscape, many of these castles were no longer used as centers of power. Some castles were still the center of power for rulers, others were occupied by noble families, but many more had become tourist attractions or had been converted into hospitals, and some had even been abandoned and fallen into disrepair.
Yet, for some, the dwindling significance of Europe's prestigious properties make them all the more alluring. And soon many would be consolidated under the control of Europe's most evil regime. Germany, 1933. As Hitler's political ambitions take hold, so too does his vision for reshaping the architectural landscape of Europe. Foreseeing an empire of unprecedented might, he enlists the aid of Albert Speer, one of the nation's finest architects.
Albert Speer is a committed Nazi. He's very loyal to Hitler, and Hitler really sees in him kind of the visionary who will be able to create a new German Reich.
And together they begin drafting the blueprint for what will become infamously known as the 1,000-Year Reich.
The 1,000-Year Reich was Hitler's attempt to try and rebuild a modern Roman Empire, but in his own twisted racial vision. And so this was an empire that was going to be inhabited by racially pure Aryans.
He uses these structures as political tools, capable of instilling fear and awe to crowds.
Architecture is really important in this pursuit to establish a 1,000-year Reich.
In his role as dictator, Hitler uses architecture as an instrument of power.
In the lands beneath the German flag, however, preservation is paramount. In addition to erecting new architectural showpieces, Hitler claims thousands of existing structures as rebranded monuments of the SS, the most impressive of which are the age-old palaces of Central Europe.
As Nazi influence spreads across Germany and beyond, the region's most magnificent castles are folded into the arms of the Reich. But what use could Hitler make of these centuries-old buildings, some of which had been long vacant and now stood dilapidated?
Though no longer serving the need of a kingdom, the grandeur of some palaces has been meticulously maintained since their inception in the Middle Ages. One such structure is the 9th century Prague castle that looms over the capital of modern-day Czech Republic.
This castle has essentially been built up to be a city within a city. It encompasses everything from palaces to offices to churches and even gardens.
It's been the seat of power for rulers, kings, and presidents for over 1,000 years.
For centuries, Prague Castle stands as an emblem of Bohemian pride and sovereignty. From this historic seat of power, the region's most influential rulers have governed. And in 1939, one man is intent on claiming it for himself. As the Nazi Party gains control of Germany, Hitler is all consumed by a lust for power. He soon sets his eyes on the military and economic resources of the neighboring Czechoslovakia.
In March 1939, when Hitler presents his ultimatum to Czech President Emil Hácha, Hácha finds himself in a horrific situation. He's being told by Hitler, if you don't surrender your country to me, I will unleash fire and fury and destroy it with my army.
Ultimately, he decides to spare the many lives that would certainly be lost in battle and surrenders his nation to Hitler. Some sources say this was such a tense decision that Hácha suffers a heart attack as a result. Hitler's forced invasion of Czechoslovakia is the first step in his planned occupation of Europe. At the break of dawn, Nazi troops flood the border, their Führer close behind, and as they push into the Czechoslovakian capital, Hitler brashly seizes the seat of authority, the presidential office and dwelling of Prague Castle.
It's a conscious, symbolic move by Hitler to arrive in Prague Castle and have himself photographed there in 1939. And this picture served great propaganda purposes. They even used it on a postage stamp. Why? It's showing Hitler as the latest ruler in this long line of Bohemian rulers.
With Hitler's arrival, Czechoslovakia is no more. In its place rises the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, now a mere extension of Nazi Germany. Hitler's cruel conquest of Europe has begun. On the Führer's first night enclosed in the ancient castle walls, Hitler is said to proudly survey his new possession, one that harbors the finest treasure in all the land. Locked away in the castle, St. Vitus Cathedral lies a chamber of glittering gold. In the sacred chapel corner, behind a door guarded by the spirits of saints interred on this site, is an impenetrable iron vault. Here, secured by 7 individual locks, rests the Bohemian crown jewels, priceless ornaments donned in royal coronations since the 14th century.
The Bohemian crown jewels represent Czech peoplehood and sovereignty, and they connect the contemporary Czechoslovakian state to a long history of independence and sovereignty.
The crown jewels include a number of precious items amassed throughout the castle's history. This includes the St. Wenceslas crown, which is a masterpiece of pure gold encasing more than 100 precious stones.
The 7 keys to the crown jewels are traditionally dispersed among the nation's most revered political and religious figures, including, most notably, the president. Yet, as Hitler's forces stormed the castle, Emil Hatcher is forced to relinquish his key to the invaders. The castle and the precious heirlooms it guards fall to Hitler's trusted official and perhaps one of the darkest minds of the Reich.
Reinhard Heydrich is one of the rising stars of the Nazi Party when he is appointed as the Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia. But at this time, he has turned himself into one of the most powerful members of the Third Reich. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, is de facto right-hand man.
Hitler himself calls Heydrich the man with the iron heart, but he's more widely regarded as the Butcher of Prague. Under his rule, thousands of dissenting citizens face execution, while tens of thousands more perish in the squalid conditions of his ghetto or the brutal concentration camps that it services. All the while, in the comforts of the castle, Heydrich is said to familiarize himself with the riches locked behind the chapel walls.
We don't know for sure, but rumors have always held that Heydrich was particularly interested in and even obsessed with the Bohemian crown jewels. And people even say that he actually put the St. Wenceslas crown on his head.
Local law warns that any usurper who dares to don the St. Wenceslas crown is doomed to meet a gruesome end within a year's time. Though it remains uncertain whether Heydrich truly places the crown upon his head, he lasts a mere 8 months in Prague before his vicious day of reckoning arrives.
The resistance movement that grows up in occupied Czechoslovakia really has their sights set on killing him. And one group eventually is successful.
A grenade was thrown at the vehicle and detonated just outside of the car, mortally wounding Heydrich.
Heydrich doesn't die immediately, but he does succumb to his wounds a couple of days later.
Heydrich's death, however, means little to a regime intent on maintaining their claim by any means necessary. Within just 24 hours, another SS commander takes his place, holding the Reich's ominous control from the palace over Prague. In the northern reaches of the East Prussian province, another ancient fort is transformed into a Nazi institution. Among the first of the castles to fall to the Reich is Marienburg, today known as Malbork. A sprawling brick compound in modern-day Poland, this colossal structure is the largest castle in the world by land area, occupying a plot of 52 acres, or over 210,000 square meters, along the edge of the river Noga.
This castle's unique. When I look at it, you immediately recognize the color of it. It doesn't look like that sort of fairy tale vision of what a castle might be.
Marienburg Castle is a massive red brick structure that's situated in what was once known as East Prussia. It's believed that this structure is built up from more than 30 million individual bricks.
That castle was a former castle of the Teutonic Knights. The Teutonic Knights were a kind of a crusading order of warrior monks, just like the Crusaders that went to Jerusalem, except they went east into Russia, into what will become Russia, into what will become the Ukraine and Poland.
The castle is in Ordensburg, a fortified monastery designed to cement their hold of the Baltic lands by acting as both a defensive fort and a launch point for further invasions in the region.
That history allowed Hitler to link his Nazi movement with this medieval Germanic society, and he liked to do that a lot, whether it's Vikings or the Teutonic Knights or old Germanic religion. He liked to claim that what he was doing was a continuation and a revitalization of what he saw as true Germanic heritage, whether that's religious, military, or cultural.
In 1933, the Nazi flag is hoisted above the high castle. Once a relic of the Middle Ages, Marienburg is transformed into an ideological nerve center of the Reich, a new iteration of the Ordensburg, no longer guarding a monastic society, but rather the education of Nazi elite.
So Hitler's aim is not only to establish the Nazi regime, but ensure that that regime is upheld by future generations of Germans. So the role of these schools was to produce the next generation of politicians, civil servants, and generals who were going to succeed in the continued administration of the Third Reich.
The Ordensburg curriculum is completed in 4 phases at different castles across the Reich. Hitler envisions Marienburg as the final, crucial enrollment before the indoctrination of its pupils is complete. The sprawling campus is planned to house 1,000 students and 500 hand-picked staff members at a time. Its spacious courtyard will be filled with the crack of live-fire military drills, and its lecture halls will echo with the impassioned political rhetoric. The perfect facility to forge a new generation of German might.
Marienburg was the ideal place to set up this project. It was incredibly spacious, and most of its facilities had been well maintained over the years.
With infrastructure complete and the program approved, Marienburg is readied for its first students. But in 1939, the siren of war abruptly halts enrollment as young men are diverted to duties along the front lines. But the castle grounds don't fall silent. Instead, the building's Grand Refectory comes alive with nationalist zeal.
The Grand Refectory is the largest hall in the Marienburg Castle complex. It has huge vaulted roofs and 14 tall windows.
Prior to occupation, this room was a very ceremonial room, but a celebratory one. It was where feasts would be had, king's feasts with the various royalty, and it would be a place of celebration and lightness.
As plans for an Ordensburg are set aside, the castle gates remained open to an entire population of Hitler youth. Here, beneath the magnificent vaulted ceilings of the Grand Refectory, the children of the Reich will conclude a political pilgrimage by swearing an eternal oath to their glorified Führer.
Why bring children so far from the heart of Germany to swear this oath in some of the most far-flung reaches of Hitler's empire?
They established the Hitler Youth as well as the League of German Girls. So boys and girls are going to be enlisted, and after 1936, this becomes compulsory that all German boys and girls must join these youth groups.
Hitler youth are shuttled to Marienburg in droves, where they swear allegiance to Hitler beneath the blood banner, a Nazi flag said to be soaked by the blood of Nazi martyrs. As it billows above the borderlands, pennants of the Teutonic knighthood are soon ceremoniously revived across the castle grounds.
By 1936, Hitler mandated that German children were to join these youth organizations. Now, obviously, what he meant by that was that children that are considered to be Aryan would join. Those who are not would obviously be forbidden.
Propagandists declare a day of return to ancient symbols of the order, a spectacle designed to captivate their most impressionable adolescent minds.
Hitler famously said, "Whoever has the youth has the future." And what he really means by that is that if you can control the minds of the youth, you can ensure that they think the way that you want them to do when they become adults in the future.
As a young man, Adolf Hitler himself was captivated by the romantic allure of European castles. Long before his sinister ambitions took hold, his sketchbook was filled with the intricate details of towering stone facades and imposing turrets that adorned the German countryside. For Hitler, these drawings were more than mere artistic exercise, but windows into a world of potential, a dream waiting to be seized. Among these architectural musings was Neuschwanstein Castle, a majestic structure nestled in the foothills of the Bavarian Alps.
This castle It's iconic. It is in this mountainous region with forests, deep forests, and it's positioned on an elevated point, and it looks like it's out of a dream. This actually inspired Walt Disney for the Magic Kingdom, and you can see that parallel. It's quite clear there.
Unlike its medieval counterparts scattered across Central Europe, this mist-shrouded fortress is dated to just the 19th century, an era that rarely saw new castles being erected. Born from the whimsical desires of an extravagant monarch, it stands as a monument to aesthetics rather than authority.
Neuschwanstein Castle is commissioned by King Ludwig II of Bavaria. And Ludwig II is also referred to as Mad King Ludwig. And he was a great patron of the arts. He was very interested in art and music. He loved the music of Richard Wagner. But he was also a quiet man who wanted to be able to find a place where he could kind of retire and be away from kind of the hustle and bustle of his daily activities. Another fan of Wagner is Adolf Hitler.
Murals of Wagner's Parsifal opera illuminate the singer's hall, while paintings of European folk tales enliven the parlors and study. As beautiful inside as it is out, this private paradise cements Ludwig II's legacy as the fairy tale king. However, he himself only enjoys its splendor for a brief time. In 1886, before the castle can be completed, he drowns under mysterious circumstances. And half a century later, Hitler's watercolor fantasy is brought to life as the Nazis claim Neuschwanstein as their own.
In a region engulfed by war, why would the Nazis invest resources into this secluded bastion tucked away in the Alps?
It's not until May of 1945, as the Reich begins to crumble beneath the Allied onslaught, that the true purpose of this castle is unveiled. Tracing a trail of records from a museum in France, a special Allied task unit, famously known as the Monuments Men, is led up the winding path to Neuschwanstein. On the eve of the Nazi surrender in Bavaria, they enter the unguarded palace, unaware of the staggering discovery that awaits within its walls.
The Monuments Men were a group of Allied soldiers with a background in art history or curation or museum work, and their goal was to protect priceless cultural treasures from the depravities of war. As the Allies pushed into Germany and Nazis began to surrender, the Monuments Men were tasked with finding and recovering plundered art, works of art that were stolen and pillaged by the Reich. They knew that this happened, but they really weren't aware of the extent.
When the Monuments Men enter Neuschwanstein and discover this cache of over 20,000 artifacts and items that had been looted by the Nazis, they notice that there is, in the corner of these works of art, the inscription ERR.
Hidden behind the ornate doors of the palace chambers lies a dark wartime secret. Neuschwanstein Castle, once a peaceful sanctuary, has been transformed into a storehouse of plunder.
ERR stands for the Reichsleiter Rosenberg Task Force. The ERR was established by Hitler, and the directive was to go into museums, libraries, and families' personal homes and take any items and artifacts of any value.
Room after room is crammed with crates, shelves, and chests overflowing with priceless relics. Furniture and sculptures are piled high to the ceilings.
The Nazis kept meticulous records, and that habit or that practice benefits the Monuments Men in their mission. It helps them establish the provenance of these paintings that were looted and plundered.
So I think Hitler also did have this ambition to develop the Führer Museum and obviously to make that museum world-class and one that would have the best pieces of art from around Europe was probably something that Hitler was aspiring to.
Throughout the course of the war, it's estimated that the ERR is responsible for the theft of over 2 million artworks and 3 million culturally important books. To store their poached goods, the Nazi organization sets up a regional headquarters at Neuschwanstein, and beneath the castle's fairy tale facade, a full-scale looting operation unfurls.
Neuschwanstein is this incredible secluded castle, really in the middle of nowhere, in the foothills of the Bavarian Alps.
However, clearing the castle of its ill-gotten loot would prove to be a grueling task.
Navigating this castle is difficult, let alone it being packed with crates and boxes of precious pieces of art and sculptures and various artifacts.
One by one, the monument's men must carefully carry 600 crates of invaluable treasures down 4 floors of steep, winding staircases, a process that takes over 6 weeks to complete.
Clearing that out, moving that, is a project on its own as well.
While Neuschwanstein will long be remembered as a gilded cage for stolen valuables, a different kind of clandestine operation unfolds some 500 kilometers to the north in the German state of Saxony. Here, concealed behind chapel walls, lavatories, and phantom partitions, a maze of hand-chiseled tunnels snakes beneath the grounds of Colditz Castle, not dug by the Nazis, but by those they have captured.
Colditz Castle is a Renaissance-era fortress that sits atop a hill overlooking the Mulde River.
In a castle of this scale, there's several passageways, there are nooks and crannies, there are big cellars, there are thick walls. Sound doesn't necessarily translate through these thick walls.
Over its history, it's been used for a number of different purposes, including a zoo and a psychiatric hospital, but always with the intention of keeping its residents contained within.
The seemingly impenetrable Colditz Castle rests atop a steep, craggy hill and is encircled by a 2-meter-thick wall. Each door is guarded and each window fortified with strong iron bars.
And the reason for this is Colditz is where the Germans put their most problematic POWs. And what I mean by problematic, the ones that were the most effective at escaping.
However, as resistance begins to simmer, only a select class of prisoners are chosen to be contained here, high-ranking officials who are prone to escape.
So Colditz Castle is a little bit of a paradox. So on the one side, you've got this amazing fortress that you can securely place all these problematic POWs that are regularly escaping. But by putting them all together, you're allowing all these escape artists to collaborate with each other. So in many aspects, you're creating a whole new problem.
Escape attempts were numerous throughout World War II, and some Allied officers were especially talented in this pursuit. For those that were caught in the act, many of them would be funneled to Colditz Castle, now known as Auflag 4C.
To locate your prison facility away from the borders of any states, any other states, means that once you escape that prison, if you manage to escape the prison, traversing all that distance without getting caught is survivability, really. That's the issue.
Auflag 4C quickly gained infamy across Europe for being the only German prison with more guards than inmates. For prisoners to achieve a clean break, they must navigate a series of daunting obstacles, descending unnoticed to the main floor, crossing terraces under armed watch, and clearing a courtyard with just 2 exit points. If they can make it here, then they must surmount a barrier of barbed wire and scale a massive defensive wall, beyond which lies a 75-meter drop into the murky river below. In the eyes of the Nazis, Colditz is escape-proof, but nothing will stop their inmates from trying.
Now, despite being one of the most heavily fortified prisons, Castle Colditz actually has the highest success rate for escapes.
Because of the intricacies of the circulation throughout this building, there's blind spots. The guards would not be able to have eyes on all of these different locations, and the group of prisoners here were experts in exploiting those blind spots and creating distractions and creating opportunities to squirrel away in a small area that's unsupervised and start digging a tunnel.
In April 1941, French officer Alain Loret becomes the first Auflag 4C captive to flee the castle cells, covertly darting into an outbuilding during a guarded exertion to the prison park. Many others that attempt to follow utilize a maze of tunnels burrowed through the castle grounds, including Le Metro, a 140-meter-long shaft maneuvering through a clock tower, 2 floors of cellars, and ending just steps from the edge of the Colditz cliff.
Colditz contains a number of hidden passageways, large cellars and thick walls, which create a number of nooks and crannies that prisoners can exploit to assist in their attempts to escape.
The most daring escape pursuit of all, however, is set to be airborne, using a blind spot on the tall chapel roof and a makeshift glider plane.
The engineers draft the specification for the escape glider using a textbook they actually found in the prison library.
Building a glider? That's tough with limited materials. You're scrounging up whatever you can get your hands on, from bed slats to furniture, to pieces that you can pry off of that furniture, to sheet metal that you might come across, small pieces of material. And then it also needs to be light enough to fly, essentially. These people aren't aircraft designers, they're winging it.
The departure date is set for spring of 1945, when a pulley system will send the 240-pound plane soaring off a wooden runway from the chapel roof. Fortunately, however, this perilous scheme is interrupted when American troops stormed the castle, liberating its detainees and rendering an escape unnecessary. Over 800 kilometers to the east, in annexed Poland, other inmates are not so fortunate. Here, in the city of Lublin, the Nazis lay claim to a 14th century Gothic fortress where the somber reach of their power truly begins to emerge.
Lublin Castle is a large, rectangular-shaped fortress overlooking one of the oldest cities in Poland.
In the 19th century, the castle is under Russian occupation, and the Russians transform it into a prison. And it houses primarily Jewish and Polish people, and they are treated really, really poorly by the Nazis.
Erected on a hill that rises above a marshy plain, Lublin Castle was once a near impregnable fort, but as Russian and later Polish authorities took hold, they would transform this stronghold into a place of dread. Built to hold a maximum of 700 inmates, SS officials, with callous disregard for human dignity, pushed the structure far beyond its limit.
The prison is overcrowded, there is a distinct lack of food, the conditions are terrible, and many of the prisoners die of hunger as well as disease.
Lublin Castle is chosen not just as an ordinary prison, but a holding center for trials, interrogations, and, in many cases, executions at the hands of the merciless Gestapo.
Upon arrival, prisoners were often taken to a building called Under the Clock, named for the clock at its entrance. And there they would be subjected to brutal interrogation and torture at the hands of the Gestapo. Many people did not emerge alive.
Some were ordered to remain within the horrid halls of Lublin. Others are condemned to immediate death. And yet, still worse, many are sent on to Majdanek, one of the largest concentration camps in the Reich.
Immediately after the Nazis take power, they start opening concentration camps. And a Nazi concentration camp is a brutal prison that the Nazis use to put their enemies, and they are to be used and exploited, whether that is used as slave labor or to be killed.
Among the atrocities committed at Majdanek and other camps will be the use of an abhorrent technology, the result of a dark experiment conducted in the confines of another faraway fortress. Situated in a rural Austrian village along the river Danube, Hartheim Castle is a quintessential Renaissance-style structure built in the 17th century. Its symmetrical stone facade encloses a serene courtyard framed by 4 stories of classic arches. Once run by a Catholic sisterhood, the setting was a refuge for physically and intellectually disabled citizens in the North Country.
At the end of the 19th century, Hartheim Castle has become a care home for the disabled and includes about 200 patients.
Following the annexation of Austria to Germany, management of the facility is handed over to the Reich. Although the care home remains operational for existing patients, the Nazis abruptly restrict public access.
The Nazis took this space and transformed it into a progression of death and murder.
Locals begin to wonder what's happening in Hartheim home. Families are no longer allowed to visit their loved ones, and people start to wonder if the patients are being taken care of.
Though barred from its inner workings, soon locals can't escape the nauseating fumes that permeate their fields and streets. To quell public concern, Hartheim's director, Christian Wirth, concocts a calculated lie. The smoke, he claims, is merely the byproduct of an oil processing machine vital for German U-boats at war. However, suspicion heightens yet again when relatives of the institution's residents begin receiving a flurry of death notices.
In 1939, this 4,000 square meter building undergoes a complete transformation to accommodate its new function.
The top floor is transformed into a storage area for the belongings confiscated from the prisoners. The middle 2 floors were turned into offices, quarters, and kitchens for use by the on-site staff. But it's the ground floor that would be transformed into a chilling new killing center.
The 4 wings surrounding the courtyard are reconfigured into a harrowing assembly line to fulfill the agenda of the Nazis' Action T4 project. Hartheim is no longer a care facility, but a center for mass extermination. Patients brought to Hartheim by bus are discreetly unloaded in a covered garage to shield their arrival from public view. They are then ushered into a series of adjoined holding rooms in the north wing, where they are greeted by nurses before undergoing a cursory medical examination.
The facility's renovation is designed to deceive.
The prisoners were led through a series of rooms that culminated in what was called the shower room. And whenever you hear the word shower in the context of Nazi Germany, you should prepare for something horrible.
This seemingly standard procedure will not lead to treatment, because under the Führer's command, Hartheim Castle has been transformed into one of 6 designated euthanasia facilities in the Reich, a station of the monstrous Action T4.
This was a room that they were locked inside, and then poison gas was let in, and they were murdered.
Action T4 is a covert operation initiated by the Nazis to kill people who were considered unworthy of life.
In a grim Nazi experiment, over 100 individuals are trapped inside, and 20 minutes later, not a single person emerges alive.
By 1941, the volume of murders here is so high, a second chimney has to be installed on site.
They also disposed of a lot of the ashes by pouring them into an offshoot of the Danube River that flowed near the castle.
Hartheim Castle is an effective venue for this because it is secluded, and it also allows for Hitler's terrible operations to be masked.
The Hartheim showers claim the lives of an estimated 30,000 innocent people, including children. Just a fraction of the total euthanized across Hitler's Action T4 centers. Amidst the killings, burners, nurses, and medical staff regularly gather to celebrate their murderous milestones.
Hartheim Castle was used throughout the war as a killing center for prisoners of concentration camps.
On December 11th, 1944, as Germany faces the loss of war, the Nazis carry out their final act of gassing at Hartheim Castle, silencing the last concentration camp victims to be suffocated by the Reich. All remnants of their deplorable crimes at the site are destroyed. The chimney is dismantled and the ovens demolished, hoping to obscure the full extent of their cruelty from the eyes of both history and justice.
For the Nazi regime to destroy evidence and to not leave behind any remnants of the awful, heinous, brutal acts that they were carrying out is essentially a way for them to exonerate themselves from the awful acts that they committed.
Among these enigmatic structures is Huska Castle, a Gothic edifice in the modern-day Czech Republic. Built in the 13th century, it stands as one of the most well-preserved castles of its era, complete with a grand chapel, maintained chambers, and intricately painted murals. In the wake of the Nazi invasion, the Wehrmacht seized this ancient vestige, but their reasons for doing so remain in question to this day.
Huska Castle doesn't seem to have any strategic value. It's in the middle of nowhere. It is filled with all these strange symbols and references. So why did the Nazis claim it?
Additionally, the castle has no kitchen facilities or running water supply, making its use all the more puzzling.
Inside the castle chapel, a series of 14th century frescoes tell a curious tale. Dedicated to the biblical archangel Michael, known for leading an army against the forces of Lucifer, the chapel paintings depict vicious battle scenes and dead souls on the Day of Judgment.
The frescoes inside this chapel are quite unusual because they combine Christian symbolisms and stories with these pagan symbols and myths.
Some say the reason for the SS capture lies beneath the soil, a feature that has haunted the imaginations of locals and visitors for centuries. Here, under the thick stone floors, a seemingly bottomless chasm yawns into the darkness, a void that some believe leads straight to the depths of hell itself.
Legends about this pit in Huska Castle date back to the 13th century. Even before the castle was built, this pit was said to be a gateway to hell.
Local lore has long warned of evil forces roaming these Bohemian forests. Tales of otherworldly creatures and winged demons scouring for souls have all found their origin in this deep abyss.
And the story goes that the King of Bohemia in the mid-1200s, Ottokar II, offered prisoners condemned to death a pardon if they would agree to go down into this pit and see what was actually going on down there. And according to local legend that's been passed down over the centuries, when these prisoners emerged from the pit, they'd age rapidly.
Shortly after this, King Ottokar II actually has a castle built around this pit to protect the community from whatever was down below.
According to some, this portal to hell may have held special interest to Adolf Hitler's right-hand man, Heinrich Himmler, one of the primary conductors of the Holocaust who held an obsessive interest in the occult.
Heinrich Himmler was one of the most powerful men in Nazi Germany. As head of the SS, he wielded enormous power, but he was also exceptionally evil. He is overseeing the most vile and evil organization in Nazi Germany.
Some theories suggest that Huska plays host to Nazi occult ceremonies and experiments that summon satanic forces to win the war and rule the world. This theory gains credence in 2016 when around 13,000 books on the topic of the occult and witchcraft are unearthed from a Nazi vault near Prague, all amassed by Himmler himself.
And the fact that Huska Castle has this strange, dark, kind of foreboding history and mythology that links the occult with kind of these symbolisms of paganism and Satanism is one reason why we might think that perhaps this is why the Nazis wanted it, that it was, in fact, the gateway to hell.
The fall of the Reich in 1945 eventually sees Nazi-occupied castles reclaimed by the regions that birthed them. Though most reminders of Nazi rule of these ancient sites have since been erased, they will inevitably harbor horrific memories for decades to come.
The Nazis were responsible for untold death, suffering, and devastation throughout the territories that they ruled. We're still discovering the extent of that today. So you have to ask yourself, what other evidence of evil acts is still hidden, still buried underneath castles or behind the walls of these historic structures?
Though Nazi Germany often restored these castles to their engineered splendor, they would forever taint the legacy of those who constructed them.
These architectural marvels will now forever bear the memory of Nazi Germany and the atrocities committed within.
June 6, 1944. The shores of Normandy come alive as Allied forces surge forward in a massive coordinated assault to liberate Europe from Nazi occupation. Word of the landing rapidly spreads through the chain of German military command. The countdown to Hitler's downfall has begun.
D-Day is to this day the largest amphibious operation in history. It's also one of the biggest military gambles in history, as the success of the operation relies on the Germans not knowing where the Allies are landing.
Just 10 kilometers from these beaches, Luftwaffe forces at the Douvres radar station stand their ground, a defiant outpost in the face of the Allied advance.
This radar station was a priority target on the 6th of June, and it was the duty of the Canadian forces and the North Shore Regiment to take it intact if possible.
Yet, as the Allies rush in to reclaim Western Europe, this German station holds strong for nearly 2 weeks. What secrets lie within this site? What makes this installation so vital to protect? The answer lies in events that unfolded 2 years earlier on the windswept cliffs of Bruneval, France. In 1942, grainy photographs captured at British intelligence reveal an epic piece of Nazi engineering. The photographs capture a grand chateau nestled 12 kilometers from Bruneval. Beside it, a dark spot on the image reveals itself to be a peculiar dish-shaped structure pointing directly at England. This is no ordinary coastal defense. It's something far more sinister.
This is a piece of radar technology the Allies have never seen before.
This is something new, something different. What is it? How does it work? What does it do?
For months, the Allies have struggled to get their bombers past enemy lines. Time and time again, they've been caught off guard by German planes. It's as if they're expecting them. But how?
This site could hold the key to unlocking some of the Nazis' best-kept secrets when it comes to aerial dominance. Is this site important for a particular reason, or is it just part of a bigger puzzle?
The Allies are determined to find out. These photographs set the stage for a daring gamble, a mission to unravel the secrets that appear to be hidden in plain sight. How did this quiet stretch of the French coastline become the target of British paratroopers? And what would they discover here that would ultimately lead to such a prolonged German resistance during the D-Day invasion? A 10-day stakeout on the shores of a falling regime is the culmination of the Second World War's Battle of the Beams, an unspoken technological arms race between Germany and Britain that ignites in the early days of conflict.
The Second World War was as much about technology and technological innovation as it was about brute force.
Technological superiority in war is critical, and the country that can outmatch and outperform the other has the upper hand in the conflict.
Both sides have bomber planes. So what then would give one side the advantage over the other? The ability to attack when the other side is least prepared, and the ability to defend against similar surprise attacks. To accomplish this, both Nazi Germany and Britain will turn to a novel technology called radar.
Early radar technology operates on the basic principle of radio wave reflection. The radar sends out radio waves, and when they hit a metal object, say an aircraft or a ship, they're sent back to the receivers. Radar measures the distance to that object by the time it takes to bounce back from it.
Radar transforms the battlefield in the Second World War by shattering the threat of the surprise attack.
But the British have an early lead. By the time the Second World War explodes into a brutal reality in September 1939, they were already equipped with a secret weapon, the world's first operational early warning radar to be integrated into a country's air defense system. It's known as the British Chain Home.
After the First World War, air detection became a real concern in France and England because Paris and London have been bombed by the German airships and by the Gotha bombers. And the theoretician of war in those times forecast that the winner of the next war will be the country with air superiority and smashing enemy towns under cat-plate bombing, a prediction that proved to be awfully realistic.
The Chain Home radar stations are predominantly located along the eastern and southern coast of Britain. By the beginning of the war, the Chain Home system is made up of around 20 individual stations. But over the course of the war, that network expands to over 40 stations.
The Chain Home system is a network of early warning radar stations that can spot enemy aircraft up to 190 kilometers away. Any aircraft flying over the English Channel and North Sea would be seen, triggering a warning to the Royal Air Force, who could swiftly intervene.
Each station typically has two main sites, a transmitter site with 4 110-meter-tall steel towers, and a receiver site with wooden towers about 73 meters tall. The transmitter towers send out radio waves in a fan-shaped pattern over the sea. And when aircraft entered this field, the signals would reflect back to the receiver tower.
And of course, this entire chain is linked to the British aerial command system. So that's of great help in the defense of Britain. It's key in helping target the Luftwaffe as it's coming in on bomb runs.
Could the technology at Bruneval simply be a Nazi version of the Chain Home system? Or could it be something much more advanced?
Struggling to evade Britain's formidable defenses, Nazi Germany develops a strategy to improve their bombing techniques. This is no easy task, but the Third Reich has a plan.
The Lorenz system is a blind landing technology that's developed for civil aviation in Germany in the 1920s and 30s and is adopted in 1932 at German airports. The system transmits beams that guide the aircraft left, right, or center through bad weather for a safe landing.
Simple tones are used to signal position. Too far to the right of the runway, a pilot would hear a series of Morse code dashes and know to adjust to the left. Too far to the left of the runway, and he would hear a series of dots and know to adjust to the right. The key to the system is the center line, where both signals overlap, resulting in a steady tone known as the equisignal. By adjusting his path until he heard a steady tone, the pilot could be guided to the runway. In the late 1930s, this technology is installed on planes in the German Air Force known as Luftwaffe. Leveraging this commercial technology, they use radio signals from ground stations to facilitate nighttime military operations.
The Lorenz radar system needed to be located at the end of a runway. And it was quite a compact system. It consisted of a small shack that housed a lot of the equipment and 3 antennas as a timber frame connected to that building to gather the signal and relay the data. It was made out of wood, it was easy to construct and pretty compact, but also pretty limited in its capabilities.
In the early days of World War II, the Luftwaffe relies on the Lorenz beam system for navigation, but its limited range of roughly 48 kilometers proves insufficient for their ambitious bombing plans.
Very early on in the war, Hitler does declare Britain to be his primary enemy on the Western Front. Now, Britain is an island, whereas Germany is on continental Europe. So the strategy that was decided for attacking Britain was one of using air power. This kind of attack was extremely taxing on the British population, obviously, because it would happen in a very sudden way and it would be a lot of bombs that would be dropped. So, of course, that takes a toll on the population, not just with respect to casualty and the mass destruction that it brings with it, but also, of course, psychological costs of having these attacks happen again and again and again.
The Germans really focus on these bombing raids for a number of reasons. They want to disrupt the British war effort by targeting specific military and strategic sites. The bombing raids will also hopefully divert British resources from other fronts.
Nazi scientists develop a more powerful, long-range version of the system, Knickebein. They essentially build huge versions of Lorentz antenna arrays capable of projecting two powerful intersecting beams over targets in Great Britain to guide bombers with greater accuracy.
Knickebein literally means bent leg, and it's actually called the crooked leg because the frame that holds up the antennas is in a bent shape. The antenna is fixed on a steerable rail-mounted track, allowing for directional control of the radio beams.
By 1940, multiple Knickebein transmitters are strategically placed along the coasts of Norway, Germany, Holland, and France, their gaze fixed on potential targets across the English Channel. The Knickebein systems work together to dramatically boost transmission power.
The bombers are able to track these beams like a digital breadcrumb trail to their target.
This really changes the way the war's fought, as it allows German bombers to attack their targets with much more accuracy.
There's nowhere to hide. This is a new and deadlier kind of warfare.
The Luftwaffe is now far better equipped to carry out night raids than their adversaries. German pilots are now becoming blind flying experts. From a military perspective, they own the night sky. Later this year, a very different installation sits on the shores of northern France. The Bruneval coast, 1940. A frenzy of construction unfolds as a hulking structure of steel and wire rose up from the ground. A radar station, the eyes of the technological beast with its watchful gaze focused across the English Channel. This isn't just a line of defenses, it's a technological shield in the making.
This particular site, once it's photographed, baffles photo analysts because it doesn't look like any other site.
The radar antenna at Bruneval doesn't appear to be attached to any kind of shack that you would expect to see with the Lorentz system. Instead, it's positioned within the grounds of this inconspicuous French villa.
When I look at the crooked leg, it's large, it's long, it's movable, and it has these towers that are tall and has more fine elements. And the other radar system is solid. It's this parabolic bowl that is mounted to a base. It's a very different feeling when you look at these two things.
If this was the site of a Lorentz or a Knickebein radar system, the most obvious giveaway would be the surrounding infrastructure.
It's not fortified, it's not protected, so what's it doing? What's it picking up? What's it looking for? If you're an Allied pilot or an Allied bomber, you have to wonder, could this radar represent your impending doom?
Most notably, the station at Bruneval is missing two crucial structural elements that these bomber guidance systems would need to operate: tracks and airstrips. Completely detached from its surroundings, the radar at Bruneval is a solitary structure. Could it be yet another leap of technological warfare for the Nazis? As Germany deploys its secret array of radar along the continental coast, British scientists get to work on counter-technology. Starting in October 1940, the RAF deploys a high-powered transmitter codenamed Aspirin, effectively confounding German bombers and their Knickebein systems.
Instead of jamming the Knickebein system, the British deploy a clever deception strategy by broadcasting their own dot signals. These random signals synchronize with German transmissions and essentially scramble the Morse code guidance.
This was so effective that the Germans began missing their targets at a much higher rate than before. And in fact, it was so confusing that at one point a German aircrew landed on the British airbase using their radar information, thinking it was actually their own airbase. That's how lost they were.
This countermeasure doesn't slow the Nazis down, though. They'll have to come up with something better, and it's almost guaranteed that they will.
Aspirin can only cure the German headache for so long. The Luftwaffe will soon become immune to the British countermeasures. November 14th, 1940. The sky over Coventry, England, erupts as more than 500 bombers unleash a devastating 11-hour aerial attack. The Luftwaffe has flown under the cloak of darkness, honing in on their target with incredible precision, resulting in one of the most infamous raids of the war so far.
What's called the Blitz over England by the Germans was intended to soften Britain up for the impending invasion.
The term blitz means lightning, and it harks back also to the Blitzkrieg, which was the type of warfare that the Germans had engaged in when they invaded Poland in September of 1939, and also when they invaded Western Europe in the spring of 1940. The Blitz is a sustained aerial bombing campaign that lasts from the fall of 1940 until the spring of 1941. It's estimated that approximately 43,000 civilians are killed in these bombing raids, and over 120,000 more are injured.
Britain is still considered one of the strongest, most powerful countries in the world. They are at the peak of their power, essentially, and then suddenly this blitz happens, and Germany comes back on the world stage with superior military technology, enhanced military technology, with the ability to attack England in this way.
So how was the Luftwaffe able to achieve this? What type of technology did the Germans have at this time that could surpass the chain home system?
The answer? A new radar system now operating on a higher frequency, the X-Gerät. Just months after their reliable Knickerbein is jammed, this new Nazi tech utilizes cross signals to pinpoint targets with unparalleled accuracy.
Germany is developing new systems very rapidly. As soon as one is deployed, they're already working on improving it and extending its capacity.
The X-Gerät operated on a higher and more powerful frequency, and its beam was narrower and more concentrated, making it difficult for the enemy to detect and jam.
Soon, the Blitz becomes a terrifying symphony of destruction as X-Gerät guided bombers carve a path of ruin across British cities.
Looking to the coastline where this strange device was spotted, you have to ask, could the French cliffsides be concealing an X-Gerät system?
The unit at Bruneval is specifically positioned just meters away from the edge of the cliff. It's a rather unusual position for a long-range bombing tool, which could be installed further inland. Its aim is clearly laser-focused on the English Channel. But what is it looking for?
We know from their track record that the Nazis are always very specific about the sites that they choose. So what was it about this particular location that made it so important?
Barbed wire and other fortifications hint at the vital role this location plays.
The villa is located about 90 meters back from the cliff edge. Between the villa and the coast, we see this parabolic radar mounted on a wheeled unit.
The British, as they're looking at this new parabolic antenna, they don't see any control room hut. And their assumption here is that the so-called brain of this radar system is going to be somewhere in the house.
Though the dish itself is distinct, smaller, and uniquely shaped, it's the brain of the radar system hidden in the old French home that is truly the most fascinating feature of all.
Inside the control room, you have Luftwaffe-trained radar operators, a category of trade in the military that you know how to read a scope, measure it, understand what you're looking at, and communicate that information for the Luftwaffe air commander then to scramble his airplanes and deploy them.
Control rooms like these handle the all-important communications portion of Nazi Germany's main line of defense. This is just one station in a fine-tuned web that passes information back and forth. By overlapping their observational coverage, the Nazis have come up with a way to expertly map and track the sky. But how exactly it does this is still a baffling mystery to the Brits. Even as the Allies home in and effectively intercept the Nazis' advanced expert systems, this radar station remains operable. Could it be a technology even more superior than what the Germans had already devastatingly deployed? As the Blitz rages on, a relentless downpour of fire and steel, the British refuse to yield. Uncovering the strategic purpose of this site becomes an urgent endeavor.
It would have been incredibly challenging and even demoralizing for the British, having undermined one scheme, to suddenly find out the Nazis have another one. Because the stakes are so high, Britain is really fighting for its survival, and time is of the essence.
Both sides recognize the critical importance of radar dominance, and with each leap Nazi Germany makes in radio navigation, the British trail close behind, working to thwart enemy attacks with counter-technologies for each new development.
Thanks to secrecy, on both sides, they were not really aware of the level of technology reached by the opponent.
This really becomes a cat and mouse game, whereas the British are able to intercept and jam the German radar, the Germans are then coming up with new technology that the British have to figure out new ways to counter.
At this point in the Battle of the Beams, the British recognized that maybe it's time for them to go on the offensive. So far, most of their radar technology has focused on defensive strategy, but the Germans were always one step ahead of them.
As war tactics shift, the British turn their attention to the offense. But in order to develop a technology worthy of warfare, they not only have to intercept German radar, but uncover what makes it so successful.
Radar is basically something for defense. And defense is not a concern for the Germans in the 30s. They do not fear to be attacked by anybody.
Yet, as the Nazi war machine continues to plow through Europe, the need to defend their skies becomes ever more pressing. By 1941, a sinister transformation of Nazi-occupied Europe unfolds as a defensive line of radar installations, Eyes of the Reich, emerges from conquered land.
The Kamm-Huber line runs from Denmark to the middle of France, dividing Western Europe into a series of radar-equipped boxes. These stations relay real-time information to Luftwaffe command posts so they can shoot down enemy aircraft before they get to their intended target.
This system was able to detect enemy aircraft from up to 320 kilometers away, so it posed a real threat to Allied bombers. The German forces had been on the offensive for a long time, but with this development, it seems like they were realizing that at some point they'd have to defend the territory they'd conquered or even their home turf.
Kamm-Huber line is a two-pronged system that requires long and short-range tracking. Several long-range radars provide the first line of defense, but it's a mysterious new technology that delivers the final punch, turning night skies into a killing ground for Allied air crews.
The implications of the Kamm-Huber line defense for the German military are immense. Early warning means preparedness, so now the Luftwaffe can detect incoming threats and mobilize against the Allies.
Allied bomber losses increase with each attempted raid, and soon British intelligence concludes that an advanced German defensive system must be responsible. Nearly 2 years before, on December 18, 1939, German radar systems spotted a British bombing raid on Wilhelmshaven, a staggering 113 kilometers away. German fighters pounce on the unsuspecting bombers.
This was one of the first instances that really tipped the Allies off to the possibility that the Germans had some kind of defensive radar system. The Allies, however, don't have any vital information about what it's called, where it's located, or how it works.
Mere months later, some of these questions are answered when a Danish flight lieutenant stationed on the remote island of Fano makes a startling observation.
Photographs reveal this large rectangular array of antennae, almost looking like a bed spring. The Freya system is 20 to 30 meters wide. It's a huge setup and very difficult to mistake for other technologies. The Freya system uses pulse repetition frequency. It sends out radio pulses and measures the amount of time it takes to bounce back off of an aircraft, which then reveals the exact position of that aircraft.
Freya has this amazing long-range capability to pinpoint enemy aircraft up to 160 kilometers away.
Despite its capabilities, Freya still has some weaknesses, primarily the fact that it's a 2D radar system. This means that a radar technician knows where the plane is coming from, has a general idea of where it's going to, but does not know what its altitude is.
While Freya blankets the skies with its early warning net, another radar revolution is underway. German engineers plot a complementary system, one that fills the gaps in Freya's vision, pinpointing enemy aircraft with deadly precision. And among the many vantage points which it will soon occupy is an unassuming cliff top in Bruneval, France. Follow-up reconnaissance flights soon feed the Allies the infamous photographs snapped about Bruneval. This isn't the bed spring-like installation they'd captured before. The radar here is something entirely different.
Seeing this parabolic dish at the time when the Allied radars, English or American radar, were mostly rectangular ones, it shows that the German at this time had 3 or 4 years advance in technology.
The Allies see this new radar station as posing a real threat. It may have the capability of not only measuring the distance of the incoming aircraft, but also the direction and the altitude.
Think about it. It's unlikely that this parabolic dish is a one-off. So could the Allies, by learning more about this station, actually figure out how to penetrate the German coastal defense?
This radar station, with its strategic position facing southern England, scans the English Channel for Allied bombers. The site's location, perched on an exposed coastline, raises troubling questions for the Allies, who intend to investigate.
At first glance, this dish doesn't seem very well protected. It's not fortified. But actually, by placing it on top of a rocky cliffside, the Nazis were exploiting the natural landscape to protect it. This would be hard to reach by foot and dismantle.
But with Allied aircrew casualties mounting in early 1942, and the German radar threat growing, it's imperative that the Allies take action now.
They had to go and investigate. They had to figure it out because it could have been new technology that they needed to understand that could have turned the war.
A request rockets up the chain of command to Combined Operations HQ, a raid on the Bruneval site to capture the German radar technology and bring it back to Britain for dissection.
It would be quite concerning because you do not know what the capability of this new radar technology is. The first question that would probably go through their minds is, what can this object do? Second, how is it more enhanced than previous technologies that Germany has deployed before? The third question would be, okay, how can we try to emulate this or to make it better so that we can get the technological edge?
This could be the most important raid of World War II that you've never heard of. If it could give the British air superiority and the ability to penetrate German detective systems, the tide of the entire war could turn.
A direct assault on Bruneval could be a recipe for disaster. Not only would it likely cost countless lives, but any hint of an approaching raid could trigger the swift destruction of the coveted radar technology. A different approach is needed, one that demands daring innovation. Britain's new 1st Airborne Regiment, a fresh experiment in paratrooper tactics, could be just what the Allies need to pull this off. The success of Operation Biting hinges on a carefully orchestrated maneuver in a silent airborne raid to seize the equipment and a harrowing escape under the watchful eyes of the enemy.
When the time is right, a parachute drop will deliver a 120-man assault force led by Major John Frost. Their mission? Overpower the German garrison and secure the vital radar installation. As soon as the parachute team deploys, the clock starts ticking. They have to find the radar, dismantle it, and get it to the beach before the Germans are aware that they're there.
can it be divided up into pieces? What's the material? How heavy is it? You've got all these questions going through your brain that you can't answer until you're actually there.
The British, in preparation for this very carefully timed mission, rebuilt the entire complex in England so the paratroopers could practice on, similar kind of topography that they're going to actually go into action, to make sure that absolutely everything happens on time and that they get the right equipment out of there. Very complex operation.
This is an incredibly risky raid, but the expected rewards make it worthwhile. If the British are able to capture and dismantle and study this German radar, they'll know exactly what the Germans can detect and what they can't detect, and how they could maybe slip under the radar and penetrate German lines of defense.
February 27th, 1942, 2100 hours. 120 British paratroopers descend towards the French coast. These elite soldiers plummet towards their objective, poised to snatch a vital piece of Nazi technology and rewrite the course of the war.
The sound of British bombers buzzing overhead clues them in that something's going on. But it's actually pretty confusing. They don't immediately understand how or why the British would be launching a raid on this installation.
German forces scramble to respond to the attack. They rush toward the Grunewald radar station and they engage with the British paratroopers. The question is, how does someone manage to steal such a massive device, piece by piece?
Flight Sergeant Cox, the RAF's technical specialist for the raid, leads a team of engineers towards the massive round dish to the soundtrack of heavy German fire. Ignoring the danger, they begin dismantling the system. Working swiftly, they use crowbars and other tools to remove key components for analysis.
They know how radar systems work in general, but this is something new that they've never encountered. If they damage the wrong part or leave something vital behind, this could all be for naught.
After roughly 30 minutes, they secure the essential parts and information they need and set their sights on the beach. The crew narrowly evade the wrath of machine guns just in time to escape onto British boats. Once they return, the British need to build the radar system from the stolen parts using photographs and their memories to guide them. If they could pull this off, they may unlock the secrets to some of the Nazis' most powerful wartime tools before the Germans have a chance to come up with their own game plan.
You can imagine how difficult it would be to rebuild the system with raw parts and pictures.
It's certainly an art, reverse engineering, when you take apart a system and you're not quite sure which parts are the essential parts and how they work, and now you not only have to rebuild it the way it was built originally, but then to actually decipher how that system actually works.
Thankfully, they have help.
So when this assault team captures the radar dish, they also fortuitously capture 2 German technicians, and they will provide unexpected expertise for the scientists back in the UK.
Would they have been able to reassemble this and gain the knowledge that they gained without these 2? I'm not sure.
When they reassemble this dish piece by piece, they discover that it's the top secret German Würzburg radar system. This is a major score for the Allies. They've discovered the secret that was being kept at Grunewald. They've cracked the mystery of what they were seeing in those reconnaissance photos.
The British leveraged the technical knowledge gained from the stolen equipment and German technicians to verify the design, function, and capabilities of not only the Würzburg system, but the Kammhuber line as a whole.
The Würzburg radar system was so effective because it could track the movement of enemy aircraft with unprecedented detail, providing vital information for German anti-aircraft guns and night fighters.
The Würzburg system uses a highly concentrated beam, which makes it a deadly tool in anti-aircraft defense.
By analyzing the Würzburg, researchers determined the exact wavelength used by German radar. And this is a key factor in developing effective jamming techniques.
Based on its proximity to the other German Freya systems discovered on the French coast, it's clear that Würzburg was designed to work in tandem with its predecessor.
First, Freya's long-range vision acts as an early warning system. It identifies blips on the radar that pinpoint the incoming aircraft's distance and direction. Once Freya sounds the alarm, Würzburg steps in.
Prior radar systems could only measure the distance that the plane was from the radar and the direction that that plane was heading. This technology could determine the altitude at which the plane was flying, a three-dimensional radar system. And that was the game changer. That was the advantage that the Nazis had in air warfare.
For the British, this is a huge win. Successes in espionage, successes in intelligence gathering, I think are huge confidence boosters for any military.
Yet, even with this win, the Battle of the Beams is far from over. Hitler's response to the Brunavelle raid inadvertently aids the Allied cause. His order to fortify radar installations with barbed wire creates an easily recognizable pattern for aerial reconnaissance, marking these sites as prime targets for future attacks and weakening German defenses in the lead-up to D-Day.
While performing an air reconnaissance, the station was quite invisible, but the defense around was absolutely visible.
Hitler believes that the most likely landing spot for the Allies in their attempted liberation of Nazi-held Europe is at Pas-de-Calais. And the reason for this is very simple. That is where the English Channel is at its narrowest, and therefore it's the closest geographic part of France to Great Britain. So the Germans only have limited resources. As the Germans are pouring all this effort into fortifying Pas-de-Calais, it means that the Normandy coastline remains relatively undefended.
June 6, 1944, Allied forces surge onto the shores of Normandy, France. Just a short distance inland, German troops at the Douvres radar station braced for an unprecedented assault, the largest amphibious invasion in history.
Biting made them aware that this station was quite a vulnerable target. And that's why the level of defense was so heavily reinforced, in fact. And the consequence on the D-Day in June 1944 was that it could oppose a fierce resistance.
The Douvres station, codenamed Distelfink, holds particular importance in the assault. Not only does it house the powerful Freya and Würzburg duo, but its location on an elevated plateau with a panoramic view of the sea makes it a prime spot for a German master station. One of just 6 critical control centers to amalgamate radar data from the 92 stations along the coast of France.
They were not sure of the level of the German technology. And that's why even in 1944, it was important to take a master station to understand the level of the equipment and the organization of the Luftwaffe. And that's why this radar station was a priority target on the 6th of June.
But it won't be an easy feat. Though the Allies managed to damage the site's antenna with naval artillery, breaching the station by foot is a task fraught with danger. After their Würzburg was hijacked on the exposed shores of Brunavelle 2 years earlier, the Germans ensure this setup is near impenetrable.
They dug minefields, they had barbed wire, they had concrete defenses.
As Allied forces rained fire upon the Germans, the compromised station continues to relay critical data to Luftwaffe night fighters. Without control of Distelfink, the Allied advance is uncertain if the Germans refuse to yield.
This place resisted for 10 days. 6 attacks have failed. So the British said, well, they are besieged, we wait for them to surrender when they are running short of food and short of ammunition. It was the establishment of the airfield in the vicinity that made them decide to wipe the position out.
On June 17th, Allied forces initiate a devastating bombardment. Finally, after relentless pressure, surrender seems imminent, but not before orders come down to destroy all evidence of their technology.
The Germans still believe that they have a technological advance and that could be interesting for the Allied to capture it. And that's why the instruction was to destroy everything.
The Grunewald raid was incredibly significant in the wider war. This allowed the British to get a leg up in the technological race, to understand German technology and thwart it. It gave the British an advantage in the battle for control of the skies.
The secret war over radar, fought in the shadows of hidden Nazi research facilities and Allied laboratories, emerges a critical factor in determining the outcome of World War II. Both sides recognize that technological dominance could mean the difference between victory and defeat. German ingenuity pushes the Nazi regime to the forefront of innovation, earning them a temporary lead. But in the end, the radar race proves to be a marathon, not a sprint.
To understand how important it was and was this competition about radars, we can compare the budget of the Manhattan Project, which is the development of the atomic bomb, is $2 billion. The American investment in radar research during the Second World War, $3 billion, so 50% more than for the atomic bomb.
These secret Nazi facilities do raise unsettling questions. How close do these technological innovations bring the Nazis to victory?
November 1943. In the quiet countryside of France, an unassuming chalk quarry comes alive with activity. In the wake of an enemy invasion, Allied reconnaissance watches closely as the landscape is slowly transformed to serve the needs of the Third Reich. Here, on the outskirts of a small village, a monumental construction project is underway, one harrowing leap poised to shape the outcome of the Second World War.
This is a strange construction, and it's located as close as you can get in Western Europe to British soil, in Pas-de-Calais, France.
Given the Nazis' proximity to Britain, it was crucial to keep their plans hidden from enemy aircraft.
Codename Bauvorhaben 21. Under constant threat of air raids, a prisoner workforce feverishly toils to complete construction. Before long, a colossal concrete shell emerges from the earth, a symbol of Hitler's unyielding pursuit of victory, even as the tide of war begins to turn against him.
This dome is a menacing sight from the air. By Allied estimates, it is 70 meters in diameter.
There's thousands and thousands of tons of concrete here.
What was it shielding, and why was it bomb-proof?
Nothing around it gives them any kind of clue of what the hell this thing is.
This imposing stone dome hovers over a hidden Nazi complex, shrouding a deadly secret that could alter the course of history.
What was it protecting? Was it some kind of a biological weapons facility?
Is it self-contained? Are there weapons in there? Who built it? What's it for? And what does it mean for the war effort?
The quiet communes of northern France harbor a dark, decades-old design. A complex web of concrete that stretches across the Pas-de-Calais region. From defensive blockhouses to an annexed chateau, concealed rail lines to a subterranean stronghold. The Nazis erect a labyrinth of stone fortifications meant to protect a devastating scheme.
There are many remnants of a massive Nazi undertaking in this region today. And the scale and diversity of the structures here reveals a region that must have been very important to the Nazis.
Picture if you're the Allies. You need to figure out what these are for, what danger they represent for you, and how they can be breached. This is ominous, this is threatening, and deciphering what these structures are for is a project that will take years of hard work.
Rising from the battle-scarred hills of Viserne is the centerpiece of this Nazi network, an immense circular slab of concrete known today as La Coupole.
My first thought as a structural engineer is, how did they do that?
This is thousands of tons of concrete emerging from the green hillsides of France.
This is an imposing structure, and it gives you a feeling of unease.
A creation from the minds of the Reich's leading engineers, this aged bunker is built during Nazi occupation, cleverly camouflaged into the rugged plate of an old chalk mine. Beneath this earthen guise, a thick, reinforced lid protects tall hallways carved into the stone hillside. But where they lead remains a daunting question throughout much of the war.
Where does this go? Is it self-contained? Are there weapons in there? What's it for? And what does it mean for the war effort?
Why situate this massive dome and whatever it's hiding so close to the Atlantic in the Pas-de-Calais, only 30 kilometers away from the British coast?
La Coupole lingers near the narrowest stretch of the English Channel, a mere stone's throw from the watery divide that once separated Hitler from his greatest foe. 3 years before breaking ground, a Nazi invasion sets the stage for this grand design to take shape.
Although the Second World War begins in September 1939 with Hitler's invasion of Poland, the war doesn't actually come to Britain and France until the following summer.
On May 10th, 1940, the Western Front erupts as Hitler's panzers rush into the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. 6 weeks of a vicious campaign ensues, resulting in approximately 2.4 million casualties, the majority of which are sustained by the French. One by one, these European nations fall to the Reich. Weakened and overwhelmed, France is the last to surrender, signing an armistice that effectively abdicates part of their nation to Nazi control.
With France capitulating, Britain now stands alone against Nazi Germany.
The Nazis move swiftly into their newly acquired territory, spanning much of northern France. As British leaders pull their forces from the continent, Hitler turns his gaze to the English Channel, preparing his troops for Operation Sea Lion, the upcoming invasion of Britain. Yet, as more promising victories lure them to the Eastern Front, the Atlantic coast instead becomes a vast bulwark to safeguard his growing empire. Stretching over 6,000 kilometers from the tip of Norway to the Spanish border, the Nazis unfurl a vast barricade along the seaboard, the Great Atlantic Wall.
Assuming that there's going to be a counterattack, Hitler builds this enormous line of fortifications, bunkers, pillboxes, barbed wire barricades, minefields, and it becomes known as the Atlantic Wall.
This is the greatest protection because whatever attack is going to come from either England or the United States, either it's going to be in the form of air power or it will be in the form of a naval fleet.
To complete his impregnable wall, Hitler orders the rollout of thousands of defensive structures, including 5 Sonderbauten scattered across the Pas-de-Calais region.
Sonderbauten means special constructions or special buildings. They would have Sonderprojekt, special project. Well, what is that special project? You don't know, and you're not supposed to know.
Fortifying the sprawling coastline of occupied Europe demands both engineering prowess and a vast army of laborers.
One bunker complex would take hundreds to thousands of people to build. That's just one bunker complex, let alone you're now trying to protect this entire coast. The person power involved in that is astronomical.
Hitler entrusts this undertaking to Organisation Tod, the only entity in Germany capable of marshalling the hands and expertise for such an ambitious task.
It's a massive organization with enormous power given to them to do basically anything they want for the engineering defense of Nazi Germany.
Staff from Organisation Tod's Festung 27 division are dispatched to Pas-de-Calais to plan and supervise the fortifications in France. Seeking a location both close to the coast yet somewhat concealed from Allied surveys, they established their headquarters in the commune of Halin, taking over a 19th century chateau that had been seized during the Nazi assaults.
Chateau d'Ambricourt was owned by the d'Ambricourt family, and they were a wealthy local family. They made their money in papermaking, and they owned a lot of properties throughout this region.
The chateau is chosen because of its location. It's situated on a very large lot that is camouflaged by quite dense vegetation. It's also within relative proximity to a railway station, and so it also allows for the transportation of people and materials in and out.
Chateau d'Ambricourt becomes a hive of highly confidential coordination. The new occupants expand the surrounding roads for military personnel and build a protective blockhouse equipped with a series of foxholes that protrude from the building's roof.
Nazi blockhouses are an above-ground fortification used by the Germans and their allies during the war. Hitler orders the construction of thousands of blockhouses across the Atlantic Wall alone. These blockhouses are made of reinforced concrete and have ports for machine guns along with observational decks.
Tobruk's were installed on the roof of this blockhouse, shelters with an opening at the top where one soldier could stand upright with his head and shoulders exposed, usually with a machine gun.
The castle estate's once pristine lawns are leveled to make way for 600 square meters of office space, housing the top architects and designers of the organization. One of the first tasks on their agenda? A special construction project in an old chalk quarry. Summer 1943. Just 4 kilometers from Chateau d'Ambricourt, Allied pilots spot a frenzy of activity as laborers rush to install rail lines in the stark white basin of a hollowed chalk mine. These steel arteries snake their way from the quarry's subterranean depths to the main railway that cuts through Calais.
Allies really have to rely on aerial reconnaissance because, of course, this is occupied territory.
You're getting photographic evidence at best, so you can only make logical inferences based on what it is that you're seeing, and observation only goes so far.
Plumes of dust billow into the sky as the top workforce dig their shovels into the chalky earth. A seemingly significant undertaking has begun.
The Allies know that something is happening here. From the sky, it looks like an ant colony with all of these workers doing something, but they hesitate about blowing it up.
Sending out bombers to attack something is using precious resources, but also putting men's lives at risk. And they are aware that the workforce that is being used to build this is French laborers. killing a bunch of French civilians is not going to be something that the Allies are going to want to do unnecessarily.
They also aren't sure if anything really nefarious is going on here, because the Nazis have this tendency to set out decoys. So they start creating these sites where they make it look like something important is happening, but they use it to divert attention from where they're actually doing something.
Is this a decoy, or is this something that is going to surprise us in a very bad way?
Allied intelligence has already been alerted to a seemingly more dangerous threat lurking just 15 kilometers northwest in the commune of Watten. Hidden beneath the dense tree cover of the Epelec forest, the Nazis' prisoner workforce has arrived en masse to excavate trenches for another covert Sonderbauten.
The location of the blockhouse to Epelec is strategically significant. It's located in the Epelec forest, very close to a river. It's also near electrical grid lines and a Luftwaffe airfield, and that provides crucial access to air defense.
Soon, rising 18 meters from the earth, a German blockhouse is born, forged from thousands of tons of reinforced concrete. For the Allies, its sheer mass is dwarfed only by the enigma it conceals.
By 1943, the Germans are now beginning to get pushed back. The German army is expelled out of Africa. The Russians are pushing the army out of the Soviet Union now, and things are getting a little desperate.
The question becomes, is this construction part of Hitler's attempts to regain the upper hand?
Hitler is relying on wonder weapons. And the question is what are German scientists working on? What wonder weapon might they be producing?
From the war's outset, Hitler had proudly promised a secret superweapon of apocalyptic power. Although initially dismissed as nothing more than a propaganda ploy, by 1943, Allied intelligence gathers convincing evidence of a German missile program at work.
The Germans recognize that the only thing that they have left to be able to develop is a weapon that can actually pass through the air defense and naval defenses that the British have. So it has to be something that they can launch from far away to be able to make a direct hit on Great Britain.
As Hitler's suspicious blueprints materialize right under Britain's nose, the Allies spring into action with the precautionary Operation Crossbow. On August 27, 1943, an American fleet of 185 Boeing bombers unleashes a devastating airstrike on the Watten blockhouse, bringing construction to an abrupt halt.
A British civil engineer, Sir Malcolm McAlpine, advised the Royal Air Force to bomb this blockhouse when it was most vulnerable, while the concrete was still setting.
By bombing that when it's wet, you are destroying the formwork. You're bringing them back to square one.
This strategic attack renders the site unusable, leaving nothing but a maze of mangled rebar and shattered concrete behind. Hitler, forced to recalculate his scheme, turns to his trusty architect Albert Speer and the chief engineer of organization taught Franz Xavier Dorsch.
Dorsch recommends that the chalk pit be used as the new site for this secret operation.
The Nazis' original plan was for the chalk quarry to serve as a simple storage facility for the blockhouse, but now it's going to become the center of the operation.
The irony is that the decoy ends up actually being the real threat.
However, the standard blockhouse design will not suffice. To deter enemy interest and protect their plan from carnage, the Nazis will have to take their mission underground. November 1943. The sleepy storage center in Viserne is abruptly transformed as more than 1,000 workers descend into the pit under the scrutinous eye of Franz Dorsch. The bold plan to convert the quarry into a lucrative Nazi base commences under the codename Bauvorhaben 21. This ambitious task will require 1 million tons of concrete to create an expansive network of tunnels, operational facilities, and storage rooms forged deep beneath the hills.
They'd already invested large amounts of time and labor into the Watten facility, and now they're about to do it all over again.
Hitler was determined to bring this project to fruition, and he was not going to be dissuaded even by major setbacks.
Most critically, Bauvorhaben 21 will be bomb-proof, and Dorsch enlists engineer Werner Floss to implement an ingenious method of making this possible. Utilizing a technique known as Verbunkerung, Floss relies on the structure of the natural chalk hills to fashion a protective hood atop the soon-to-be subterranean site, a massive reinforced concrete dome weighing 55,000 tons.
The Verbunkerung method of construction revolutionized bunker architecture. On the hilltop, the Nazis constructed this enormous mound of earth that would act like a mold on which the roof would be set. They then poured concrete, and more concrete, and more concrete, until the shell was an astonishing 5 meters thick.
That is a huge chunk of concrete. 5 meters thick is about the height of a standing giraffe. You don't build a 5 meter thick roof unless you are protecting something important.
Once that massive concrete in the roof has then cured, they can then start excavating the earth from the hillside below without the threat of being bombed from above. Even by today's standards, this is a remarkable piece of engineering. And the fact that it was created whilst there was a war on, in many senses makes it even more impressive.
The concrete slab spans an impressive 71 meters across, with ample space beneath to carve through the hills. Ida, Katharina, and Sophia, some of the facility's codenamed tunnels, are planned to stretch up to 90 meters through the earth, seamlessly integrating the previous lead railway through the compound.
The one vulnerability of the chalk pit, however, is that it is completely exposed. How do they avoid the same fate as the blockhouse de Perlec?
To disguise the construction of their concrete cocoon and any equipment or materials that could tip the Allies off, Todt officials devise an intricate camouflage to cover the building site.
They had to build their own camouflage by hand. They're building a net of ropey material and tying fake and real vegetation to it to make it look real. And they've got to cover a 71-meter dome. Just the camouflaging this is a huge project.
This site is like a nesting doll of secrecy. You have a camouflage net that protects a concrete dome, which in turn conceals a covert facility.
Meanwhile, security titans at the nearby Chateau d'Ambricourt, where a similar veil of netting is placed atop the grounds housing Werner Floss and the Festung 27 engineering division.
Were they creating another underground bunker that would house members of the organization Todt to protect them in case the chateau was attacked?
Once the Germans begin to move everything underground, this really now begins to signal to the Allies that there's something significant about to be happening there.
Just a few hundred meters from the chateau, a complex of tunnels is being planned underfoot. Armed with jackhammers and over 2 million individual bricks, the Todt workforce begins chiseling their way into the earth. Once completed, a 60-step descent will lead officials into a 3-meter-high passageway. This tunnel system will open onto 2 parallel halls, separated by a 30-meter gap that branch off into 6 galleries of office space for high-ranking staff. Here, the work on their valuable Sonderbauten will be able to proceed entirely out of sight.
The initial site for this new weapon system, the Allies bombed that. The Germans now learn that exterior sites are not necessarily going to be the safest way to go. So everything is moved underground for both security and safety.
By 1944, Allied intelligence begins to paint a disturbing picture. Photo reconnaissance and undercover reports amass sightings and blueprints of never-before-seen missiles that are being developed and tested by the Reich. Pursuing their initial suspicions of Hitler's intentions in France, Operation Crossbow intensifies bombing across Pas-de-Calais.
This site was built just 15 kilometers away from another location that had been destroyed by Allied bombs. So why keep building in this area that's so susceptible to Allied bombing raids?
Pas-de-Calais is the closest part of France to Britain.
This is an incredibly menacing structure. But what role does it play in the Nazi arsenal?
In the early months of 1944, construction at the quarry is halted hundreds of times by the ominous blare of air raid warnings. Yet, despite its vulnerable and seemingly easy-to-target location, the site remains remarkably unscathed.
All the elements to raise suspicion are there. The British are making the calculation. Are we 100% that this kind of rocket capability is ready to be used by the Germans? Because if it were to be ready to be used by the Germans, why haven't they used it already? Do you see what I'm saying? So in a way, they're calling Germany's bluff.
With the dome completed, most of the workforce moves underground, leaving the quarry above to appear deceptively quiet. Little more than a pit of shrubbery and stone. However, on March 4th, 1944, a British Spitfire captures photographs of a vast concrete mixing operation beneath the site's camouflage veil.
This is the Allies' smoking gun. It proves that there is far more happening here than meets the eye.
March 11th, 34 B-24 Liberators pierced the clouds above Pas-de-Calais and begin their descent on the quarry. Though obstructed by thick, overcast skies, ground-based radio transmissions guide the pilots to their target. Suddenly, the village erupts as 248 half-ton bombs rain down from the sky.
Even with direct hits on the dome, nothing happens. It's just bouncing off that concrete, and especially because it has this kind of curvature on it. Often they don't even detonate, they just bounce off, and then they detonate after the hit.
In order to add additional protections, they built this element called a shatter wall that was 2-meter thick reinforced concrete wall that ran the circumference of the dome. And this would help absorb any forces from bombing. It was essentially sacrificial, it could be destroyed, and it would not have impacted the structural integrity of the main dome itself.
As the sheer tenacity of the German dome comes into focus, the Allies escalate their efforts, launching 7 additional air raids.
These are bombs that had successfully destroyed plenty of other structures, and yet this one has remained intact.
The harder the target is to destroy, the more worried the Allies become about it. This thing is made indestructible. What is it? What are they doing there?
When the Allies discover that their bombs aren't penetrating the dome, they start bombing the roads and the rail lines going into the location in an effort to choke out any kind of activity.
Despite these setbacks, work at the quarry presses on at a heightened pace, with the workforce expanded to meet Hitler's intended deadline. The Allies respond with innovative bombing techniques and new pathfinding technologies. Yet the dome withstands each attempted assault. To shatter this concrete behemoth, they're going to need a heavier bomb. The Royal Air Force decides it's time to deploy a newly developed device, the Tall Boy, a vessel of destruction otherwise known as an earthquake bomb.
The Tall Boy was first deployed in the summer of 1944, and it was enormous. At 6 tons, it was 12 times the size of the typical medium-capacity bomb.
These are known as earthquake bombs because upon impact, they were designed to create an earthquake-type shock, undermining foundations of any building.
On June 24th, the Royal Air Force's Dambusters Squadron puts the formidable device to the test with a fleet of 16 modified Lancaster planes. They assemble into formation above Vizerne. In a matter of minutes, 15 menacing tall boys plummet towards the quarry. The impact inflicts significant damage on the ancillary structures, roads, and rail lines, but the dome itself is remarkably unshaken. Undeterred, the squadron returns 1 month later, unleashing a dozen more earth-shattering explosions in what will be the decisive blitz.
The air raid in July finally delivers a meaningful breakthrough. Whilst the bombs don't directly penetrate the dome itself, they compromise its integrity by destabilizing the supporting structure.
They totally destroy the infrastructure underneath the dome.
The air raid seals off the site's tunnels and causes part of the hillside to collapse.
16 major air raids carried out by hundreds of planes drop a staggering total of over 3,000 tons of explosives on the site. Ultimately, the mighty Tallboy finally brings Bauvorhaben 21 to its end.
It shakes up Hitler's confidence in his wonder weapons and his architects, and it signals that nothing is indestructible. We'll get to you eventually.
The fall of the dome is just one domino in a cascade of loss for the Nazis. Around 350 kilometers down the French coastline, the tide of defeat had already washed ashore. On June 6, 1944, over 150,000 Allied troops landed on the beaches of Normandy in the largest amphibious invasion in history. Ushering in a wave of liberation, they surged towards Pas-de-Calais, slowly reclaiming Hitler's occupied France.
Hitler believes that the most likely landing spot for the Allies is at Pas-de-Calais. The Allies realize that that is the area that the Germans expect them, and that is where most of the defenses of the Atlantic Wall are built. So the Allies choose another location in Normandy.
As the Allied forces close in, the once impenetrable dome stands exposed and vulnerable, its secrets ripe for the taking. By September, the site comes under British control, and the concrete curtain is finally drawn back.
An unexpected benefit of the dome not being destroyed is that when the Allies arrive after D-Day, they're able to infiltrate the site and gather information about what the Germans were up to and what kind of technology they were developing under the dome.
September 5th, 1944. At the request of Operation Crossbow officials, British engineers enter the deserted quarry for the first intimate glimpse of its monstrous Nazi bunker. Clambering through the rubble, they inch closer to the inner workings of Hitler's elusive operation and unearth a secret far more extensive than ever imagined.
As the Allies advance into territory held by the Nazis, they encounter a lot of weird stuff, strange structures, and they're not sure what the purpose was, but they know that Hitler had a secret weapons program. They have to ask themselves, will we find evidence there of what the Nazis are working on? Will we find tools and intelligence that will allow us to counteract whatever secret weapon he's about to unleash on us?
Adjacent to the massive domed roof, they observe a concrete cube jutting from the hilltop. A partially excavated ventilation shaft meant to service the hidden complex below. Though the two main entrances to the subterranean base have been buried by British tallboys, an alternative access point is discovered via the site's railway tunnel. Codenamed Ida, this tunnel, with a direct link to the main rail line through town, leads to an unloading station for supplies and personnel. From here, 7 kilometers of tunnels bridge out to connect galleries, storerooms, and a 33-meter-high octagonal chamber directly beneath the dome.
Getting up close to this phenomenal structure must have been a chilling experience. The Nazis had excavated an immense network of tunnels and chambers, clearly designed to house something of incredible scale.
Armed with new observations and intelligence gathered from local sources, British engineer Colonel Terence Sanders is tasked with compiling a definitive report.
Putting my engineering hat on would be a fascinating exploration to try to deduce. What was the purpose? What was it made for? How was it made? And you're trying to deduce that basically out of a pile of rubble. That's a tough project.
Gradually, Colonel Sanders and his team assemble a chilling image of a functional Viserne base. As ample storage rooms, workshops, and towering passageways are sketched onto their map, the report reveals a grim assembly line fitted to the specification of a new vertically positioned projectile, Hitler's rumored wonder weapon, the deadly V-2 rocket.
The V in German V2 stands for Vergeltungswaffe, and this translates to vengeance weapon.
He brands them as vengeance weapons for what he felt was the Allied bombing of civilians in Germany.
The over 12.5-ton missile stands 14 meters tall and is built to deliver explosive payloads without the need of a pilot. An autonomous bullet capable of mass destruction. The supersonic weapon has the potential to revolutionize warfare, and the Führer, desperate to turn his fortune, clings to the hopes that it will shatter Allied resolve.
As the Allies are coming to grips with the V1, the world's first cruise missile, the Germans unleash a new weapon, the V2, the world's first ballistic missile.
Fa-1 V1 had a slow cruising speed. Pilots were able to not only shoot the V1 down, but a pilot could fly at the same speed and with the wing of their plane just tip it off target and the thing would crash. It was very easily destroyed.
Hitler is looking for some kind of a last-ditch magic weapon that they can launch from far away and that can pass through the air defense and naval defenses to make a direct hit on Great Britain.
Designed by Nazi rocket scientist Werner von Braun in utmost secrecy, the V2 entirely dwarfs its predecessor. The missile is armed with an advanced guidance system and utilizes an innovative propellant system to generate immense thrust. This propulsion allows it to reach distant targets 9 times faster than the V1 at speeds of over 5,000 kilometers per hour.
The V2 just came in silence until it detonates. So you never knew it was coming. We didn't have anti-ballistic missile technology at that time, and so Britain certainly would have been vulnerable.
Not only was the dome well within range to wreak havoc on Britain as a V2 launch site, it also hosted testing and maintenance facilities.
Far more than a missile launch pad, the Viserne Dome protects an entire ecosystem of operations. The V2 rockets begin their journey through this fortress on the Ida Railway, arriving from Germany, where they are manufactured by slave laborers. The missiles are then loaded onto trolleys and transported to the heart of the dome, the octagonal, multi-story chamber where they are prepared for their deadly mission.
In here, the V2 rockets would have been fueled, armed, and lifted into an upright position, ready for launch.
However, the potential of the V2 relies on more than its range. At the core of its revolutionary propulsion system is a critical component, liquid oxygen.
The problem is, the demand for liquid oxygen to fuel V2s far outstripped the available supply of liquid oxygen that the Nazis had. So they actually had plans to create a manufacturing station right in this massive complex. That would have transformed it into a self-sufficient V2 hub.
The Viserne complex is designed to be a self-sufficient marvel of military engineering, housing a hospital, staff barracks, offices, and generators. A subterranean city dedicated to the V2 program. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Watten blockhouse were planned to host a supplementary liquid oxygen factory, while the nearby Roquetoire substation would assist missiles in their initial moments of flight.
About 10 kilometers from the dome, the Roquetoire blockhouse was built to house a radio guidance system for the V2s.
That means that once functional, this radio beam technology could be deployed to assist missiles with course correction in real time. Just as the Allies had suspected, these Sonderbauten, or special construction projects, scattered across Pas-de-Calais were much more than isolated outposts.
Once fully primed for firing, the V2 rockets would be carefully guided down one of the 2 main launch tracks, codenamed Gretchen and Gustav. Leading westward to the quarry pit, 2 hefty bomb-proof doors forged from 1.5-meter thick steel plates would part to reveal the outdoor launch pads. This is where Colonel Sanders' team stumbles upon a strange discovery.
There were 2 tunnels that the engineers couldn't access. The entrances had been destroyed. However, they were able to determine that the height of these tunnels was between 17 and 24 meters. A 5 to 7 story tall building could fit in that space vertically. That's a really big tunnel.
They realized this is a much longer and deeper silo than you needed for the V2 weapon. And so there would have been a V3, a more powerful missile coming that would have been an intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM.
Further analysis of the quarry's location finds the orientation of its launch pads to be within half a degree of the shortest aerial path to New York.
Britain's not the prize anymore. The prize is the United States of America. That's the much more powerful enemy, and the country that has been sitting protected by both the Atlantic and the Pacific. The prize is the United States.
It's going to be nicknamed the America rocket. The possibilities are frightening. They now understood what that dome was about.
Though the Nazis' grand vision of unleashing a daily barrage of dozens of missiles across the English Channel is thwarted, Britain does not escape unscathed. Even as the Allied forces claim victory at the Viserne Dome and liberate the entirety of France, Hitler's V2 program persists in the distant shadows of his crumbling Reich.
Learning from the shortcomings of a fixed launch site like La Coupole, these V2s are launched from mobile launch pads across Holland and Germany.
They launched about 3,000 V2 rockets over the course of the war. They were responsible for the loss of nearly 9,000 lives, both in Britain and in other Allied countries.
Yet, for all its human cost, the V2 campaign proves to be a futile endeavor. The Führer's desperate bid to sow fear and chaos among Allied populations fails to turn his fate.
Hitler isn't just looking for a final victory, but it's also to do as much damage as he possibly can, even if he is going to lose the war.
In a final frenzied act of defiance, the last V2 rocket screamed skyward just weeks before the Reich's collapse, ending Nazi Germany's most ambitious and costly armaments project. A 2 billion Reichsmarks gamble that hastens the downfall of the regime.
Hitler's motivations were demonstrating power, and these massive undertakings took time away perhaps from other things. It is really quite a vast and ambitious project that might have been part of his downfall as well.
Though the Führer's vengeance weapon ultimately fails, the toll it takes is undoubtedly profound.
The Todt organization is known for its enormous building projects, and those building projects came with an equally enormous human cost. They were often carried out through the use of forced labor, prisoners of war, conscripted forced laborers, and slave laborers from concentration camps.
Twice the number of people were killed who were working on the V2 than the V2 killed of the enemy.
The Sanders team's final report, published in 1945, deems the site perilously unstable due to ongoing structural failures beneath the massive dome. Recognizing the potential dangers and possibility of future use, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill orders the complex to be partially demolished, sealing its sinister legacy for years to come. The cavernous halls of Bauvorhaben 21, now known as La Coupole, stand dormant for decades. Yet the influence of this sprawling subterranean complex soon reaches far beyond its stone walls, becoming the prototype for modern underground missile silos used in both military operations and space exploration.
The dome's innovative layout went on to influence the blueprints for missile silos during the Cold War.
Ironically, the big winner from the V2 rocket program is the United States and the Soviet Union, because they will take that technology and those German scientists, and they will ultimately then develop the rockets that are used to put the first humans into space.
While many of the Nazis' Sonderbauten sites across northern France succumb to decay, La Coupole finds new life. In the 1980s, the Ida Tunnel is ceremoniously reopened to house a historical exhibition. The winding passages and chambers have since been transformed into a comprehensive museum, preserving the dark stories of its past, a powerful reminder of the innovation and devastation waged in a time of war.
The dome becomes a symbol of the moral implications of engineering.
In war, We are forced to innovate. It is a time of great engineering that advances our societies.
It challenges us to reflect on the implications of scientific and technological advancement and the weight of responsibility that comes with that power.
July 1942. 2 years after the French seaside town of Saint-Malo falls to German occupation, residents notice a flurry of activity on the rugged isle just 4 kilometers off the coast. In the span of just a month, a vertical city of concrete is now perched on the windswept overlooks of the Ile de Cézanne rocky shores, part and parcel of a larger Nazi commitment to transform Saint-Malo into a seaside stronghold.
Anyone watching the build-up of Nazi buildings on this island would be scratching their head.
The island of Cézanne is tiny. It's remote, it's mainly uninhabited, but it has this really interesting and rich history. In the 17th century, it was a garrison for soldiers. In the 18th century, it was a quarantine station, and it's the site of many chapels and military fortifications. So why are the Nazis so enthralled with this location?
Back on dry land, Saint-Malo itself becomes the site of massive Nazi construction projects upon the orders of the Führer himself. Bunkers rise like specters along the shoreline, and the century-old forts take on new armor clad in steel and concrete.
The port itself, the city of Saint-Malo on the coast, going to become one of the most fortified locations in Europe during the Second World War.
Hitler ordered that the Germans defend Saint-Malo at all costs. Essentially, they had to go down with the ship.
And defend it they will, stubbornly and with reckless abandon. So much so that top Allied commanders are completely perplexed. Long after white flags are waved across northern France, the Germans dig in their heels over the surrender of their fortified city. And even after Saint-Malo falls, the tiny Ile de Cézanne will keep fighting.
The fact that the Nazis refuse to give up Saint-Malo is perhaps one of the more perplexing episodes in this phase of the Second World War. Why do they continue to fight when all has been lost? What are they trying to protect?
Along today's rugged coastline of Brittany, the ancient stone walls of Saint-Malo merge with what's left of the Nazis' formidable building project. Concrete bunkers rise out of the turbulent waters of the English Channel. Offshore, the island fortress of Cézanne bears the scars of its trauma, with more than 2,000 bomb divots, gnarled steel, and crumbling concrete. Now overgrown with grass that sways in the seaside air.
For years, the Nazis transformed this outpost into a fortress, deploying over 10,000 laborers.
The mainland and the island are fortified with naval guns, anti-aircraft, and gun turrets. In addition, the coast is lined with kilometers of barbed wire and minefields.
In the centuries before German forces descended upon this seaside locale, Saint-Malo stands as a glimmering jewel in the crown of northern France, a historic city fortified throughout the ages, bearing traces of its ancient past.
This ancient 12th century city is fortified with a granite wall that is 12 meters tall. Prior to the Nazi occupation, this is a charming little city. There's cobblestone streets, there's a castle, there's a lively beach. It's a beautiful place to be.
In the 17th and 18th centuries, Saint-Malo became known as a home base for French privateers, or corsairs, and this led to its wealth and also its notoriety over the following centuries. In 1689, the great military architect Vauban designed the Fort National, which was built just off the coast of Saint-Malo to protect the port.
By the 19th century, Saint-Malo transforms into a popular tourist destination for wealthy Parisians and boasts a casino, hotels, and spas.
But this quaint and picturesque locale is soon to receive a dark Nazi upgrade in concrete, steel, and firepower. October 9th, 1939, Adolf Hitler issues Führer Directive No. 6, outlining the necessity of military campaigns to defeat Western European nations using countries like Belgium, Luxembourg, and finally France as stepping stones. Germany aims to eviscerate France and its allies on the continent. Northern France's proximity to Germany's arch-rival Great Britain adds a shine to the French cities along the coastline of the English Channel.
In 6 weeks, German forces overrun Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. This culminates in the capture of Paris and the surrender of the French government in June of 1940. This blitzkrieg strategy is a turning point in the war, as not only does it mean the fall of France and the conquest of Western continental Europe, it means that Britain stands alone to resist the Nazis in Europe.
In June 1940, the Nazis pushed the Allies out of Saint-Malo, a fortified port strategically located on the English Channel. The Führer and his forces now possess the city, and they will arm it to the teeth. The Kriegsmarine establish a base here, using the harbor for coastal operations. This influx of military personnel transforms the once peaceful city into a fortified outpost, the Nazi shadow looming large over the lives of its inhabitants.
Under the orders of the Nazi High Command, Saint-Malo is designated a festin, which means fortress city.
As a fortress, it needs to be stocked with food, ammunition, and soldiers so that it can hold out in a siege situation. These cities are to be defended at all cost.
With neighboring cities in France already falling to the Nazis, Saint-Malo and Ile-de-Sézembre surrender to the Nazis with little resistance. Atop the rugged cliffs of Saint-Malo's Pointe de la Varde, a fort stands as a relic of the city's war-torn past, its weathered stone walls bearing witness to centuries of maritime defense. Built more than 250 years before Saint-Malo's Nazi occupation, Pointe de la Varde is originally built as part of a coastal defense system designed by French military engineer Sébastien Leprestre de Vauban.
France felt the need to protect this exposed port city just across the water from Britain because France and Britain were locked in competition and engaging in a series of conflicts all over the world. We had the 9 Years' War, the 7 Years' War, even the American Revolution. So it makes sense that so close to home, France would have wanted to protect this important port from British incursion.
In stark relief to centuries-old fortification, bunkers forged in cement offer a reminder of the site's strategic significance during the turbulent tides of history.
That the French were the master architects of military fortifications in the pre-Napoleonic era.
Having all of these fortifications already in place would have been very appealing to the Nazis.
Over the course of 5 years, Saint-Malo would become one of the most fortified cities in all of France.
In 1941, the Todt organization, the Third Reich Civil and Military Engineering Group, receives orders to begin fortifying the city of Saint-Malo. Over the next 2 years, they will transform strategic points in the area into formidable defensive positions. By the time the organization breaks ground on the French islands, Nazi engineers have already mastered the design of the bunkers that make up the Atlantic Wall. The standardized model, executed by Todt organization, is known as Regelbauten.
These bunkers at this site were built with up to 2-meter thick walls. In addition to those thick walls, for passages and entries, there were 30-millimeter thick steel doors.
These bunkers are equipped with emergency exits and telephone lines.
According to the specifications, bunkers are clustered in groups known as WNSs, or Widerstandnests.
Bunkers that you can enter from beneath them. You would enter it from a trench that kind of led you safely below ground. They often were interconnected to a larger bunker complex. And so they went off like fingers, at the end of which you had these positions for soldiers.
Several bunkers were built, and these were built in the standardized system of the specifications for the bunkers that the Nazis had designed.
At Fort de Leeuwarden, the organization Todt installs a number of its designs, including an R120 bunker, R653 casemate, R622 SK, and Tobruk bunkers to shield the soldiers from enemy fire.
The R120 bunker was an artillery observation bunker with sliding doors and close combat viewing window. The R622/SK was a bunker specifically built to house Nazi troops. The R653 was a casemate for a 5-centimeter Kampfwagenkanone.
Gun emplacements and bunkers reveal a Germany ready to hold its newfound position, employing precise engineering to upgrade 18th century designs. But the ruins of Fort de Leeuwarden hide another mysterious design feature of which the Nazis and Organization Todt were particularly fond. Beneath the imposing structure of Fort de Leeuwarden is an intricate network of tunnels and trenches weaving through the earth. These subterranean passages, designed for concealed movement and mutual support, interconnected the various bunkers and defensive positions, enhancing the fort's resilience.
Tunnel networks are quite common across the Reich. We see them with Project Reese and beneath many of the castles that the Nazis conquer.
In Saint-Malo, 1,500 meters of tunnels are ultimately dug, connecting most of the bunkers. On the nearby Ile de Cézanne, additional tunnels link bunkers and gun emplacements.
Construction methods of tunneling are gritty, they're grimy. You have to drill and blast and then muck out all of the debris that's come into the tunnel, and then you have to reinforce that tunnel with either concrete or masonry or timber shoring.
These tunnel systems end up being really important because they not only allow for spaces for protection, but they also allow for the movement and transportation of goods and soldiers in and out of the fortress.
4 kilometers off the coast, it becomes clear the island is also preparing for an invasion. In the rough waters of the Bay of Saint-Malo, the Ile de Cézanne becomes the sentinel, poised to become the vanguard.
Cézanne is important because it's the first line of defense before reaching the town of Saint-Malo.
Because of its elevated position and proximity to the mainland, it also offered increased visibility and range.
As France's coastal port cities prepare themselves for an Allied invasion, the island itself receives reinforcing by the Organization Todt.
The Todt organization crammed it with 27 fortifications, including numerous bunkers. Among these 27 fortifications is at least one M157 Kriegsmarine bunker, built with 4 levels within an armored dome. This island also had a number of ammunition depots and gun emplacements that could house a total of 194 guns. The soldiers' barracks are built into the ground, connected by 2 galleries, including an infirmary complete with hospital beds.
Aiming to wield ultimate firepower against a cresting Allied advance, the island becomes an arsenal of artillery.
The heavy artillery on this island includes one 150mm cannon and several 75mm guns. These have a maximum firing range of 8 kilometers, so they can strike ships quite a distance away. The island has a series of naval guns that are positioned in open ring emplacements with a 360-degree field of fire.
The fortification and armament of Saint-Malo and the island of Cézanne are part and parcel of a much larger project, one that will see 14 million tons of concrete poured to construct a colossal barrier against invasion. Along the shores of Western Europe, the ghostly remnants of Hitler's most ambitious construction project haunt the landscape, designed to thwart a D-Day invasion.
The whole project is astronomical, and you only see a fraction of it, really, because this tunnel network is a whole different city underground. Just the expansiveness of this construction project, it's difficult to wrap your head around.
2 years after the Nazi conquest of Paris, symbolized by the infamous March under the Arc de Triomphe, Hitler demands the construction of a series of colossal Nazi structures through 6 different occupied countries. His vision? Take over strategic locations along the western coast of Europe and transform them into heavily fortified Nazi strongholds. Together, they will create an impregnable barrier to defend against a potential Allied invasion known as the Atlantic Wall.
At this stage, Hitler is engaged in war against the Soviets, and at this point, the United States has also entered the war.
Now forced to fight on 2 fronts, Hitler demands an insurance policy against the Allied invasion. A fortress of steel and concrete stretching 4,800 kilometers, manned by 300,000 troops and fortified by 15,000 bunkers. This colossal network of death, a monolith of military might, must be complete in 7 months in anticipation of a potential Allied landing. The wall becomes Hitler's obsession.
Just the materials alone to construct the Atlantic Wall, the numbers are astronomical. We're talking about 1.2 million tons of steel, 17 million cubic meters of concrete across many kilometers.
Hitler is convinced that the British are going to launch some kind of amphibious invasion. And so the need to reinforce that coastline for that eventual attack is critical.
The special status of Saint-Malo and the Ile de Cézanne as a fortress carried with it an expectation that these areas of high resistance should hold for 90 days. The commanders of Saint-Malo and the Ile de Cézanne, like all other commanders assigned to Festungen, were sworn not just to hold the territory, but to defend it to the death.
The amount of resources that he's pouring into the construction of this Great Atlantic Wall and the fortifications that he's building on this western periphery is really now for the protection of mainland Europe.
In the days before the Germans arrived at Saint-Malo, the city had been the last toehold of Allied presence on the continent. In a desperate evacuation as part of Operation Ariel, more than 21,000 Allied troops were evacuated from Saint-Malo, swept from these very shores, boats borrowed from Jersey and the other Channel Islands.
The moment that Saint-Malo comes under German occupation, there were British troops there and they had to be evacuated. It was similar to Dunkirk. The war is in its early stages.
Under French occupation, the port had become crucial for Allied resupply, and this port allowed for over 1,000 tons of cargo and thousands of troops per day to come into France.
The Allies are losing a vital access point to the continent, but there's no way that they can hold on to it.
Recognizing the strategic importance of the port they're leaving behind, the Allies send 30 demolition experts to Saint-Malo aboard the HMS Wild Swan. They detonate 8 tons of explosives, crippling the city's port facilities before setting off for safer shores. As the city's French citizens watch, the Allies become points on the horizon. They are left alone with the Nazi swarm.
The fortifications at Saint-Malo were more important to the port facilities that the Germans needed. That's precisely what the Germans did, is they took those old fortifications and converted them into their own use, modernized them.
Concerned that the Allies may make a forceful return to their former stronghold, Cézanne commander Oberleutnant Richard Süss fixes his eyes on the horizon and prepares for invasion. His destiny is now intertwined with that of the 400-strong garrison of German and Italian soldiers stationed on the island.
Süss is a seasoned officer holding the rank of corvette captain. Süss manages logistics, including the supply of ammunition and food, and he also maintains the island's defenses under Allied bombardment.
Hitler demanded fanatical loyalty from high-ranking military commanders. Their loyalty was to Hitler as the Führer, and they had to live or die carrying out his wishes.
Although Süss will be defending the shores of Saint-Malo, German strategy is revealed by what might at first seem a surprising chain of command. Instead of taking orders from Saint-Malo, Süss takes his directives from further afield. Jersey's commander, Vice Admiral Friedrich Hofmeier.
Richard Seuss, the commander of Cézanne, was taking his orders from authorities located in the Channel Islands. This tells you something about Cézanne's importance. It was seen as a stepping stone in the supply chain leading to the Channel Islands.
Less than 100 kilometers north of Saint-Malo is Jersey, which is one of the 4 Channel Islands occupied by the Nazis.
Control of the Channel Islands gives the Germans domination over the surrounding sea lanes, and the Channel Islands could also serve as a staging ground for an eventual land invasion of the United Kingdom.
At this stage of the war, Hitler is obsessed with retaining control of the Channel Islands. This is the only part of British territory that is under Nazi occupation.
To protect the Channel Islands, the Nazis undertake a vast fortifying effort akin to that seen on Cézanne, but exponential in its scale. More than 10% of the steel set aside for the entire Atlantic Wall project is used on the Channel Islands.
Saint-Malo and Cézanne offer a pipeline to resupply the Channel Islands.
It allows for convoys of ships to dock at the port and bring goods, that can bring troops, that can bring any other supplies that are required. and it is a state-of-the-art facility for either country to be occupying.
Not only is Seuss responsible for Saint-Malo and Sambre, but he's also responsible for protecting Germany's position on the Channel Islands.
Back on dry land, Saint-Malo boasts a commander of its own. In the bowels of an old fort nicknamed the Citadel, Saint-Malo's determined commander awaits the Allied arrival. As with Fort de la Varde, his citadel has seen a Nazi-caliber upgrade. The crumbling fortress with panoramic views becomes the command center for the impending attack.
The citadel was originally constructed in the 12th century, but then over the centuries, additional fortifications were added to it. In particular, in the late 17th century, by the famous military architect Vauban.
The citadel itself is an impressive structure. It has 6-meter thick walls.
Just like the island, the citadel stands on elevated ground, so it gives its occupants a panoramic view of the surrounding area.
Between 1942 and 1944, the Germans reinforced the fort and installed 32 bunkers and 8 heavy machine gun turrets at the fort. 1,350 meters of tunnels link the fort to underground shelters and escape routes.
The Germans set about adapting the old fortifications to the needs of modern warfare. And this meant constructing new bunkers, new gun emplacements, and additional defensive fortifications designed to withstand artillery fire. They lined the exterior wall with steel rails, and they coated the perimeter with landmines to prevent any approach. And like so many German fortifications, the citadel was outfitted with a tunnel system to protect its occupants from Allied air raids.
The man tasked with defending Saint-Malo at all costs, the commander of Fortress Saint-Malo, who has sworn an oath to defend his stronghold to the death, is Andreas Maria Karl von Auloch.
He'd won the Iron Cross in both World War I and World War II, and he'd served at Stalingrad. He was known as the Madman of Saint-Malo.
Like Seuss, von Auloch is tasked with defending the town to the very last breath.
By June of 1944, the tone of the war has changed as the Germans lose ground on the Eastern Front. An Allied landing seems imminent. In Saint-Malo, more than 500 military structures have been erected in a little less than 2 years. Strong points at Fort de la Varde, the Chateau, the Citadel, and Sambre keep a keen eye on the horizon, and extensive tunnel systems stand at the ready for Allied air raids. In the bay, Saint-Malo's battleship, the Isle of Sambre, awaits any sign of Allied advance.
The defenses around Saint-Malo included 10.5-centimeter howitzers and also 5-centimeter Kampfwagenkanonen, which were tank guns used in static defense positions. All of this artillery covers and protects any favorable approach to Saint-Malo.
Strategic mines are also placed to cover all these favorable approaches towards the town. For example, the German S-mine, also known as the Bouncing Betty, would launch upon detonation, spraying shrapnel over a large area.
The Nazis knew that the Allies were planning a massive invasion to liberate Western Europe from Nazi rule. But they didn't know when, where, or how this invasion would come. But they had to protect their fortifications for every eventuality.
From the Citadel and Sambre, Auloch and Seuss prepare themselves to face their fates. But among Nazi high command, there is little clarity on where and when the enemy will make himself known.
The Allies wanted to make sure that the Germans wouldn't figure out when, where, and how they were going to launch their invasion of Western Europe. So they fooled them. They fooled them through things like Operation Fortitude, which created phantom field armies.
They are convinced that it's either going to be Pas-de-Calais or Saint-Malo. They end up diverting quite a lot of their resources to these two sites.
June 6, 1944, the Allied plans for landing are finally revealed. At 3 a.m., German soldiers raise the alarm as paratroopers begin to fall from the sky along the beaches of Normandy. By 5 a.m., Allied battleships begin to bombard the beaches. By 6:30 a.m., the landings begin. Allied forces numbering over 156,000 troops storm the shore under a relentless barrage of artillery and machine gun fire. The skies darkened with thousands of aircraft and the seas churned with an armada of ships. Hitler's beloved Atlantic Wall is under siege. The tranquil beaches of Normandy are shattered by the largest amphibious assault in history. D-Day has begun.
Also one of the biggest military gambles in history, as the success of the operation relies on the Germans not knowing where the Allies are landing, and the Allies being able to get a toehold before they encounter serious German opposition, because the number of Allied forces landing on those beaches is far inferior to the number of Germans defending France.
Caught in a web of confusion and indecision, frantic phone calls between Nazi high command and local commanders fail to bring clarity. In the Bavarian Alps, Hitler sleeps soundly, unaware of the unfolding catastrophe. German defenders, bewildered and disorganized, scramble to respond to Allied landings.
The Nazis had funneled all of these resources into Saint-Malo because they were convinced that this is where an attack would happen. And yet, the Allies don't even show any interest in going into Saint-Malo and capturing the port.
By June 11th, more than 326,000 troops, 54,000 vehicles, and 104,000 tons of supplies have successfully landed on the beaches of Normandy. Just 200 kilometers away from Omaha Beach, all remains quiet in Saint-Malo.
The Allies essentially built a port in Normandy now, and so they don't need that port at Saint-Malo. Certainly the Allies are ready to just bypass it.
More than a month goes by, yet still Commanders Suess and Auloch remain on guard, anxiously awaiting the Allies to breach their shores. By July 25th, the Allies have captured 5 beachheads, the French port of Cherbourg and the port city of Caen. They're ready to expand their push into the continent, surpassing all Atlantic Wall fortifications. Hitler's impermeable concrete fortification has fallen, and the enemy makes no sign of movement towards Saint-Malo.
At the time of the Allied invasion of Western Europe, they're not even convinced that Saint-Malo is a port worth capturing. They have bigger fish to fry, and they want to push into Nazi-controlled France. So it wasn't a priority to capture Saint-Malo.
But as the Allied troops break out of Normandy, the strategy regarding Saint-Malo changes. Allied General Patton contemplates the necessity of capturing the port city at all, preferring to push straight for Brest.
It's a far more daunting prospect for the Allies to dislodge the Germans from Saint-Malo than for the Germans to hold Saint-Malo. And that's the reason the Allies really didn't want to go to Saint-Malo. They can't spare the troops, they can't spare the munition, they don't want to.
By August of 1944, more than 12,000 troops are present in Saint-Malo, pushed into a corner and raring for a fight. In Allied war rooms, General Omar Bradley decries Lieutenant General George S. Patton's laissez-faire attitude regarding Saint-Malo. He believes the extensive fortifications and concentration of troops in the area jeopardizes a potentially vital supply route and insists the Allies take down the growing Nazi stronghold.
Allied generals aren't of one mind on this question, and some generals, particularly General Omar Bradley, do think that it's worth capturing Saint-Malo because of the German fortifications there and the presence of German troops. So there's a bit of indecision in terms of whether capturing Saint-Malo should be part of the D-Day invasion. Ultimately, the decision was made to send the 83rd Division to deal with the problem.
Though the Allied commanders decide the operations in Saint-Malo are a necessary evil, many assume the city will fall without a fight. They have no clue what awaits them. To take Saint-Malo, 3 infantry regiments of the 83rd Division work together on different fronts in a coordinated attack, enlisting air support and small artillery.
When they approached Saint-Malo, the Allies were lulled into a false sense of security, because as they got close to Châteauneuf, the Germans actually pulled back and retreated. They were actually on their way to hunker down in Saint-Malo.
Fearing for their historic city, the French press Auloch to have Saint-Malo declared an open city, sheltering it from bombardment, and request it is taken up the chain of command to Hitler himself, who declares that within war there is no such thing as a historic city. As remaining citizens evacuate on the island of Cézanne, the Germans now turn their guns against Saint-Malo. The first shot from Cézanne marks the beginning of an epic battle for Saint-Malo. As Allied troops march towards the old town, the French guns on Cézanne fire shells towards the Allied advance. In the chaos, the city's cathedral spire comes toppling down.
Now that the Allies are actually finally advancing on Cézanne, these 360-degree guns are finally put to use. The island now becomes an elevated artillery platform, pouring fire down into Saint-Malo.
As Cézanne targets the historic city, fires soon begin to break out.
The Allies hadn't fired a single shot, and yet here were the Nazis burning the city down. It's a common strategy to destroy things as you're retreating, but also destroying these things to prevent others from being able to use them to their advantage.
The following day, on August 6th, the Nazis undertake yet another destructive strategy, detonating explosives to decimate Saint-Malo's quays, harbor machinery, and locks.
The German defenders at Saint-Malo destroy the harbor, meaning that the Allies are unable to undertake an amphibious landing. This means that the Allies will have to land outside of Saint-Malo, and if they wish to capture it, they now have to come into contact with its exterior defenses. And any Allied air or naval support will come under fire from the defenses and Césambre.
Fort de Lavarde is one of the first of Saint-Malo's strongholds to come under enemy assault. After successfully capturing St. Joseph's Hill and Saint-Nidoux, the 83rd Division arrives at its gates on August 12th.
When the Germans saw the Allies arrive at Fort de Lavarde, that means they knew that they had lost more than Fort de Lavarde. It told them that the Allies had captured a series of forts and positions along the way, so the German position was much worse than they thought.
Granville A. Sharp sources a sound truck and blares victory marches before initiating a siege. Allied soldiers scream belligerently as they stormed the structure. The Germans quickly surrender.
What is more terrifying to these men? Defending Fort Lavarde in the onslaught of this Allied attack, or surrendering and facing the repercussions?
As the Allies continue to move into the city along the ancient wall, the German garrison pelts them with a hail of bullets from 20mm guns. To aid the Allied advance, RAF medium and heavy bombers dropped shells to clear a path. After days of fighting, the Allies finally make it past the wall to find a city of fire. On August 14th, the walled city of Saint-Malo surrenders, leaving the citadel and island of Césambre as two of the last remaining points of resistance. Out on the island, Susse and his men hunker down amid violent bombing raids on August 6th and again on August 11th. The island is pummeled by RAF bombers. Men retreat into tunnels only to rise again after the bombs fall. By August 9th, Allied troops have moved heavy artillery pieces into place in Saint-Malo to support the island's takedown.
The island of Césambre is about to become the most heavily bombed location in the Second World War.
At the citadel, Nazi defenders entrenched in their underground bunkers unleash a relentless barrage, determined to hold this vital stronghold at all costs. As shells explode and smoke billows, the tranquil coastal town transforms into a hellish battleground as the fate of Brittany hangs in the balance.
The citadel is attacked by 10 battalions and subjected to intense bombing raids of incendiary, armor-piercing fire. But von Aulach, the commander, refuses to capitulate. He's holed up in the tunnels underneath the fort.
The citadel's 20-foot-thick walls protect all those inside from the onslaught. A team of 30 scales the wall to examine the damage.
Several soldiers climb up and look over the wall, and they realize that the citadel looks like it hasn't been touched.
In a last-ditch effort, the team drops charges into the tunnel ventilation shafts before effecting a hasty retreat. Overhead artillery launched from Césambre continues to crash down.
After all of these efforts, several structures were destroyed in the city. However, that citadel, it still stands strong.
Encircled and isolated, the defenders face starvation and despair. With supplies dwindling and hope fading, the final stand seems endless.
By holding out, von Aulach and the forces in Saint-Malo are hoping that it will buy time for other German forces in France to slow down the Allied assault. Every day that the town holds out is another day that the Allies are not able to use its facilities.
Saint-Malo, of course, also becomes a message to the enemy. You want to resist to the death? Go ahead.
Today's fortifications reveal what happened next. The horrifying evidence of a new Allied weapon. The Allies call upon a team of 35 Lockheed P-38J Lightning dive bombers, their auxiliary fuel tanks carrying napalm.
Napalm is a sticky jelly. It's a weaponized mix of various chemicals that's quite incendiary. So when you ignite the napalm and send it into ventilation shafts, that's going to cause asphyxiation. After the Allies dropped napalm into the ventilation shafts, 605 Nazi soldiers emerged from the underground tunnels.
A bullet is one thing, napalm? wait a minute here. Let me think about that again, about, fighting to the death. I'll rethink that.
On August 17th, white flags are waved, signaling the Nazi surrender. The squadron above does not return to base. It has another target for its noxious payload. As the citadel falls, Cézanne stands defiant and unflinching. Napalm unleashes its scorching destruction over the cliffs and bunkers as the Germans take cover in expertly carved tunnels.
As the napalm had its intended effect at the citadel, Richard Seuss, the commander of Cézanne, is still holed up on the island. So what must he have been thinking as he watches the fort at Saint-Malo be taken by the Allies? He's now alone on a tiny island, and it must be the start of this feeling that this is where the entire German war effort is going to end up.
One day after the napalm bombing, Allied Major Joseph M. Alexander mans a party to Cézanne, asking the besieged leader for his unwavering surrender. Despite the bleak odds now facing Seuss and his troops, Seuss is still steadfast.
The island of Cézanne is now forced to rely on the distant Channel Islands for its support, and resupply can only be undertaken under the cover of darkness, which is dangerous, especially as Allied forces are closing in.
Starting on August 25th, the Allies begin a heavy assault to bring Cézanne to its knees. Over 2 days, the RAF pounds the island with 1,500 airstrikes. On August 26th, an ammunition depot buried under 3 meters of concrete explodes, silencing 3 of the 694mm guns and seriously hobbling Seuss's defensive capabilities.
This explosion causes a heat with such intensity that it melts concrete and iron nearby, the remnants of which can still be seen on the island's rocks today.
On August 27th, the Allies drop another round of napalm on the island's long-suffering forces. Simultaneously, the Americans used 203mm guns to take out the island's 3 reinforced concrete water tanks. By now, 297 of 323 men are wounded, and shipments of ammunition, food, water, and medical supplies from the Channel Islands have ceased. Under constant assault, deprived of basics for survival, Seuss's forces continue the fight.
By this point, the troops on the Île de Cézanne are completely isolated. They're fighting for their lives with very little chance of survival.
The question is, why doesn't Seuss surrender when his supply lines are compromised from both locations and he and his men are essentially sitting ducks on the island?
Facing death head-on, Seuss and his troops suffer one final assault that puts them over the edge. On September 1st, more than 2 weeks after the fall of the citadel, Allies mount a massive bombardment by British and American bombers, dropping an additional 33 payloads of napalm onto the island and delivering a barrage of 15-inch armor-piercing shells from the HMS Warspite. Field artillery continues to pillage the windswept isle. On this day alone, 2,400 heavy bombs fall over Cézanne.
The Allies continue to bomb this small island off the coast of France at the same time that the rest of the country is almost entirely liberated.
In the wake of the destruction, evidence pointing to Seuss's motive goes up in flames. In the last desperate moments of resistance on the island of Cézanne, Lieutenant Richard Seuss receives orders from Jersey to destroy sensitive equipment and documents on the island to prevent them from falling into enemy hands.
By the end of the regime, it has become incredibly apocalyptic. Seuss's actions are typical of many Nazis in the final months of the war, where they are destroying evidence, but they are also destroying whatever they can get their hands on.
Seuss sends a final message to German headquarters before officially surrendering his position.
Saint-Malo has fallen. All the water and food reserves are used up. This is a bleak situation, and the Nazis are left with no option other than surrender.
On September 2nd, 1944, the heavy guns of Cézanne finally fall silent as white flags are raised. After a siege nearly a month long, Seuss's surrender astonishes the Americans, who are preparing to embark on landing barges for an amphibious operation planned for the same day. The moment marks the official end of the Battle of Saint-Malo, but it is also a crucial turning point in the liberation of France. In the time it has taken for the Allies to finally subdue Saint-Malo and the island of Cézanne, Normandy's landing forces capture such major cities as Rennes, Nantes, Orléans, and Paris. The Allied march on Germany now seems imminent.
Why did Seuss hold out for so long? Was he so ideologically committed that he could not even imagine a world without this stronghold? Or was he also terrified of what the repercussions would be if he actually surrendered?
After their surrender, the brazen commanders of Forts Saint-Malo and Cézanne are taken in as prisoners of war. For the two commanders who swore to defend Festungen, Saint-Malo and Cézanne to the death, surrender is likely a bitter pill to swallow. As more than 10,000 prisoners of war are carted off by the Allies from the Nazis' prized seaside fortress, the Nazi dream of the Atlantic Wall is officially toppled.
Despite these two men not actually laying down their lives in the defense of their positions, they are actually recognized for their actions by the Nazi Party. They are both awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves in absentia. This is an honor that will lose its luster with the fall of the Nazi regime.
In the aftermath of the Allied capture of Saint-Malo, the city lies in shambles. 685 of the 865 Old Town buildings have been completely destroyed. Although the American army attempts to rehabilitate the port, the destruction is deemed too extensive to warrant the work. On the Ile de Cézanne, the rubble of Nazi-era construction is left to the elements.
The Nazis had been so intent on keeping hold of Saint-Malo and the Ile de Cézanne that they virtually destroyed them in the process.
The resistance of Saint-Malo and Cézanne tested the limits of Allied resolve and destroyed a historic city in the process.
Most of the fortifications at St. Malo were either destroyed or have been repurposed.
90% of Cézanne remain forbidden to visitors due to the danger of unexploded ordnance.
As a result, Cézanne remains relatively untouched and is one of the best preserved battlefields of the Second World War.
Today, Saint-Malo and the isolated island of Cézanne stand as quiet testaments to a turbulent past. The ravages of war have left the battle scars embedded into the land. Only a fraction of the once fierce Nazi structures remain, a haunting reminder of the Nazis' defiant last stand. June 23, 1941. The scent of fresh pine and the promise of conquest hang heavy in the air as Hitler strides into the Wolfschanze, a sprawling beast of a complex nestled in the heart of a forest in East Prussia. Just 2 days earlier, the Nazis unleashed hell on the Eastern Front, raining fire down on the Soviets. Amidst 200 buildings scattered across a staggering 6.5 square kilometers, the Führer orchestrates his war against the USSR, plotting to reshape Europe to his liking. Here in the Wolf's Lair, both his ambition and paranoia will brew a deadly storm.
The Nazis are essentially building a functional, heavily armed city in the middle of a swamp.
There's about 175,000 cubic meters of concrete used.
These buildings were intended to stand the test of time and survive over the course of that 1,000-year Reich.
The Wolfschanze becomes Hitler's second home. It's the headquarters he visits more than any other during the war.
All his military conferences took place there, and his major decisions were made there.
This is not merely a fort, it's a monument to a madman's ego.
But even the walls of the Wolf's Lair can't contain the growing cracks in his regime. A boiling dissent threatens to erupt and break his iron grip.
Dictators very often reach their end because of an inside job.
Despite these layers of protection, the Wolf's Lair ends up being the site of an almost fatal assassination attempt.
Spring 1940. Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler's head adjutant, and Dr. Fritz Todt, leader of the Third Reich civil and military engineering group, the Todt Organization, receives a crucial directive: find the perfect site for Hitler's next clandestine headquarters near the Soviet border. After an extensive search, they identify a site deep within the Gorlitz forest, just 8 kilometers east of the town of Rastenburg, modern-day Kärnten in Poland, and a mere 80 kilometers from the Soviet frontier. This hidden enclave is destined to become one of Hitler's most elaborate and heavily fortified bases. Cloaked in secrecy, this will become the site of the infamous Wolfschanze, the Wolf's Lair.
It's a peculiar decision to build a military complex in a remote, swampy forest. It's mucky, it's muddy, there isn't stability in that soil potentially, there's water issues. Building here is hard, supporting these structures adequately with the soil is hard. It's an ambitious undertaking.
The location is chosen for the strategic advantages it provides. Nestled deep within a forest, it is surrounded by lakes and swamps, far from any communication routes, but dangerously close to the Soviet border. To the east, the Masurian Lake system forms a 70-kilometer natural barrier against enemy ground forces. The area's dense woodlands and sparse population provide the perfect cover, ensuring maximum security and secrecy for Hitler's most ambitious headquarters.
It put Hitler close to the war, but not too close. It was quite some time before people discovered that he actually was operating out of that region.
The fact that this was a sparsely populated area made it easy for them to control the information that would go in and out of this region.
Despite being this secluded, it actually is very accessible. There are good roads, as well as a rail line that goes directly to Berlin.
Against the backdrop of apparent invincibility, plans for the Wolf's Lair are laid. A pivotal command post from which Hitler envisions directing his next major move.
German principalities have dreamed for 1,000 years of expanding eastward, Lebensraum, living space. The Soviet Union, of course, are the major continental rival to Germany at that point. France is knocked out. Italy is an ally. And it was very questionable how long the British are going to survive.
Hitler buys into this strange myth of a Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy whereby Jews and communists are one and the same. His plan is that they quickly defeat the Soviet Union and are able to subjugate its people and its resources. This is going to provide a huge pool of slave laborers to serve the Aryan master race. In turn, they're also going to be able to take advantage of the massive agricultural lands, the oil in the Caucasus, and all of the other resources the Soviet Union has. This will guarantee the creation and the preservation of the Thousand-Year Reich.
Obsessed with keeping a tight grip on the war, Hitler demands a base close to the action. In the heart of these dense forests, the Wolf's Lair will be the launch pad for his upcoming invasion and the protective den where he hopes to watch his grand scheme unfold.
Hitler needs a location that is as close to the Soviet border as possible, while also remaining safe and secure and hidden from allies.
Locating that headquarters so close to the front line was a demonstration just of how confident Hitler was in his victory. Essentially, Hitler said, all I have to do is kick in the door and the entire edifice will come crashing down.
On November 15, 1940, amidst the early successes of Hitler's blitzkrieg tactics in Western Europe, the Führer issues the official order to commence construction on Wolfschanze. He demands its completion by the following April, underscoring his urgent need to establish a secure base for orchestrating his upcoming crucial campaigns.
Most of these structures, they want to bury them, they want to protect them, they want them to be more secret. However, here they're building on the surface. And if they were to try and build underground, you would do the excavations and they'd fill back in with water.
The way the Nazis prevented these structures from sinking down into the swamp was by building incredibly thick, reinforced concrete foundations. These look like relics from an ancient society. Massive concrete monuments that have slowly been swallowed up by the forest.
In the months and years that follow, Wolfschanze undergoes continuous growth and development. Construction never ceases, and the site evolves into a formidable fortress with thick fences, ever-expanding minefields, and concrete blocks casting shadows in the lush forest. By the time it is fully operational, Wolfschanze consumes nearly 175,000 cubic meters.
You have to wonder why the Wolf's Lair, hidden in plain sight, was never subject to Allied bombing campaigns. Even after the Allies were aware of its location, they didn't launch a campaign to attack this particular site.
To further disguise the site's true purpose, the Wolf's Lair is built in total secrecy right beneath the Soviets' noses.
They tell the locals that they're actually building a massive chemical plant. There's also thick forest cover that makes it almost impossible to detect from the air.
The workforce are forced to wear greenish-brown uniforms taken from the Czech army after the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1939.
Workers are rotated constantly, so no one worker gets a sense of what they're working on. It looked like perhaps some kind of military operation, but the idea that this is where the Führer is going to be living and working was a super secret.
The exact number of workers involved in constructing the Wolf's Lair is uncertain, with estimates ranging from 2,000 to over 5,000.
Hitler was also a very careful strategist. He would unpredictably move around his schedule so that even if there was risk of a leak of what was going on at the Wolf's Lair, there would be a layer of protection.
The forest buzzes with activity as inhabitants and buildings are cleared, transforming the area into a forbidden zone with a 10-kilometer radius, surrounded by barbed wire and fences. Access to the Wolf's Lair is tightly controlled by a strict system of passes issued solely by the HQ Commandant. Every visitor must navigate at least 3 security checks, and only about 200 individuals possess the coveted pass, granting entry to the inner security zone. Officially, anyone found inside without a pass faces arrest and interrogation, but in reality, the consequences are often far more brutal.
The Wolfschanze was highly fortified. There were 3 layers of protection surrounding it. There were over 54,000 landmines placed strategically around to ward against any intruder gaining access to the site. On top of that, it was regularly patrolled, so it was impossible for any intruder to penetrate into any level of the Wolfschanze where Hitler was likely to be.
The entire Nazi regime is built on the principle of hierarchy, with him being at the center of it and him being in complete control of it. And that same concept is then mirrored in the way the military complex itself is built, in concentric circles.
Today, all we see are scattered ruins of the watchtowers and bunkers. Remnants of roads, barbed wire fences, and other buildings are preserved throughout the site.
Within Security Zone 3 is Security Zone 2, a self-contained area ringed by a menacing fence. Its buildings, vital to the Wolf's Lair operation, are huddled south of the complex's railway line.
Security Zone 2 contained housing for Hitler's ministers and top staff, and there were 1-story houses that were used by top Nazis, including Armaments Minister Albert Speer and the Reich Labor Front leader Fritz Todt.
A second ring of steel tightens around the innermost layer of Wolfschanze, Security Zone 1. This fenced enclosure, patrolled by elite SS bodyguards, becomes an impenetrable bubble within the already heavily guarded complex. Only those deemed worthy by Hitler's personal security detail are allowed to enter this inner sanctum. Wherever Hitler goes, these men follow. They remain in his shadow, close enough to watch for danger, but always out of earshot.
Security Zone 1 was the inner sanctum of the Wolfschanze. This is where Hitler himself would reside, in the Führer bunker, where he would be safe from any bombing or other incursion. But it was also constructed so that Hitler wouldn't be exposed to direct sunlight.
Hitler is a bit of a night owl, and so we see here how he really doesn't want any light intruding on him. The Führer really surrounds himself with his inner circle. And so only his closest advisors, his high command, his personal physician are allowed into this bunker with him.
This is why it was so important that the Wolf's Lair was so heavily fortified and protected. A successful assault could have taken out the top Nazi leadership, so it was critical that the Wolfschanze be impenetrable and protected at all costs.
Deep within the forest of Girloj, the Wolf's Lair possesses a logistical challenge. To overcome its remote location, the Nazis built a multi-pronged access system. Visitors arrive by air or rail, while a hidden railway ensures Hitler's personal train can discreetly come and go. Tunnels further ensure the Führer's safety, underscoring the Wolf's Lair's transformation into a self-contained wartime capital.
The main way of accessing the Wolf's Lair was through the train station, Bahnhof Görlitz, and that's where Hitler would arrive in his infamous private train and make his way from there to the bunker.
Expanded to accommodate Hitler's personal train, this station serves as his private rail stop upon arrival at the Wolf's Lair headquarters. Complete with hidden sidings, it ensures a discreet and secure entry point for those deemed worthy of entering the Wolf's inner sanctum.
His train remains while Hitler is in residence, prepped to be on the move within 2 hours.
When travel by train isn't feasible, visitors arrive by air at the nearby Rastenburg Airport, which is retrofitted with over 200 buildings and extended runways to accommodate the Führer and his Luftwaffe planes. With the bulk of the construction complete, it's time to launch the attack. The Wolf's Lair stands ready, and Hitler prepares to set Operation Barbarossa into motion, signaling the beginning of his grand invasion of the Soviet Union. June 22, 1941, Operation Barbarossa explodes, unleashing the largest military invasion the world has ever witnessed. The unsuspecting Soviet Union plunges into a brutal new chapter of war. 2 days later, Hitler arrives at the Wolf's Lair, ready to oversee the colossal offensive.
Operation Barbarossa had 3 lines of attack. German forces headed towards Leningrad, towards Moscow, and into the farmlands of Ukraine.
3 million German troops are engaged in this offensive, and they are pitted against 3 million Soviet soldiers.
The Red Army quickly suffers catastrophic losses. In large encirclement battles, hundreds of thousands of Red Army soldiers are killed or captured by the Nazis.
A blitzkrieg inferno engulfs the Eastern Front as German tanks surge forward. Powered by air superiority and ruthless tactics, the German army cuts deep into Soviet territory. By September, millions of Soviet soldiers are captured. Leningrad is besieged, and Kyiv is within reach. The Nazi juggernaut seems unstoppable, crushing all resistance.
Hitler spent a lot of time at the Wolf's Lair during this part of the war, but the isolation gave him more space for crazy plan-making and building up a fantasy of what the world could and should look like that's increasingly detached from the facts on the ground.
The fact that he is so well protected also means that the intelligence is not reaching him as efficiently and as effectively as it should have. And yet, at the same time, this is where he feels most secure.
The above-ground structures and support buildings at Wolfschanze posed a vulnerability to potential air attacks, a critical drawback for a military headquarters. Protecting this conspicuous site would require innovative solutions and strategic planning to mitigate the threat.
Listening troops are dotted around the area, using specialist equipment to be able to detect aerial approach from up to 100 kilometers away.
Hitler comes from an era where people believed after the First World War that there will be no more ground warfare, that aerial warfare is going to dominate warfare in the future. So Hitler's bunker addressed his fear of being assassinated from the air.
Though only 2 kilometers wide, the forest isn't a uniform shield. Open spaces dot the landscape, and construction requires felling some trees.
The Nazis hired a specialized gardening company from Stuttgart called Seidenspinner to come to the Wolf's Lair and plant shrubbery and trees in the hollowed-out roofs of its various buildings, essentially to create a canopy above it, shielding it from prying eyes and effectively camouflaging it.
They deliberately built what would be now known as like a modern-day green roof. They put soil and vegetation on top of their structures to make it just look like normal land. Using this seagrass and green dye mortar mix looked more organic, less human-made, and helped blend into the environment.
To confirm this masterful deception, the Germans commissioned aerial photographs. The results are undeniable. From a bird's-eye view, the entire complex vanishes, swallowed by the dense canopy above. In 1941, beneath the cloak of fall foliage lies a hornet's nest of military activity made up of heavily fortified bunkers. Security and secrecy were paramount in the design and layout of the entire complex.
The remnants of the bunkers today offer an insight to the extraordinary engineering that went into creating the Wolf's Lair complex. And you can still make out the angled blast corridors and underground tunnel networks. And you can imagine the logistical challenge transporting and assembling hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of concrete.
Each above-ground bunker is made from steel-reinforced concrete, with roofs up to 2 meters thick. Their foundations, though, extend up to 7 meters down into the swampy ground. These bunkers are designed to withstand the mighty explosion of the half-ton bomb.
There is a massive amount of energy and force in those bombs. An impact might create cracks in the concrete and create shrapnel of concrete flakes. They often had steel panels installed on the roofs to protect any occupants inside from bomb impacts.
As the network of fortified bunkers snakes through the Wolf's Lair, one stands out: Hitler's personal sanctum. Far from opulent, it houses a workroom, a meeting room, and a simple bedroom. Even a shower and toilet offer little indulgence. A later extension adds a conference room, but the overall impression remains one of stark functionality. Here, within the concrete womb of the Wolf's Lair, Hitler conceives plans for his war.
Why does a leader who could demand anything he wanted have a place to live and work that is so underwhelming in design?
The belief was the Soviets would be invaded and would surrender within a few months. Hitler never had any intention of spending 800 days at this bunker.
The bunker featured thick, airtight steel doors, which could seal off the rooms entirely and protect the inhabitants from any blasts, but also against any gas attacks.
Hitler, in the First World War, experienced and was wounded in a gas attack. So the use of poison gas is something that Hitler feared.
The Wolf's Lair sprawls with over 80 structures. Roughly half serve as living and working quarters, while the rest are a mix of reinforced concrete storage bunkers and 7 imposing, heavily fortified buildings.
It also features amenities such as a hair salon, a sauna, and a cinema. The Wolf's Lair is essentially a self-contained town in the middle of the forest.
The Wolf's Lair also includes a stenographer's barracks. And it's these stenographers and their memoirs that provide us with a lot of insight into what was going on a day-to-day basis within the Wolf's Lair.
Remnants of many such buildings still exist today, an eerie reminder of a time when Hitler's daily routine involved a mixture of daily pleasures and military meetings.
Hitler would get up around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, take his dog Blondie for a walk, then have his breakfast, and then the day would begin around, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He would have his conferences and his meetings, and this would go to about supper time, and then Hitler would pontificate into the night. So these guys, his inner circle, have a double shift. One is to patsy Hitler at night. The other is to run their ministry in the morning while Hitler is sleeping. It was this huge exercise of ego with a captive audience. And that's the way his days went.
With its concrete claws firmly dug into the forest floor, the Wolf's Lair stands as Hitler's symbol of unwavering resolve to conquer the East. However, by September 1941, as Hitler shifts focus from Moscow to Kiev and the Caucasus oil fields, the tide of war turns. The Battle of Kiev sees over 500,000 Soviet troops encircled and captured, while German armies besieged Leningrad's outskirts. The brutal campaign claims millions of civilian lives, unsettling even within Germany. Freezing temperatures and tenacious Soviet resistance halt the German advance outside Moscow, marking a critical turning point.
Because the winter ends up setting in a bit earlier that year, the Germans can't make any more advances. And as a result, the Soviets are able to regroup. They also are better equipped to deal with the winter conditions. And so by the spring of 1942, the Soviets are ready to actually continue fighting against the Germans.
The Soviets were able to repel the German advance. And in the wake of the failure of Operation Barbarossa, Hitler only became more fanatical, more possessed of this messianic idea that he was either going to impose his will on the world or watch the world burn around him.
You're the military commander, you're the Führer. You're completely checked out because you're secluded in your bunker. As Hitler became increasingly more and more paranoid, the number of people that he could trust was also starting to shrink. Information is power, and with poor intelligence, you're going to make some poor decisions.
As the Red Army recaptures territory near Moscow, a fierce battle erupts further south in Stalingrad, where every inch of the city becomes a brutal battleground.
the German army is forced to fight street by street, house by house, and Hitler condemns those soldiers to horrific fate by ensuring they are made to hold their ground. And as someone who fought in the First World War and experienced firsthand the horrors of stalemate, it is absolutely unforgivable that he didn't allow his generals to move their forces around.
The Germans are unsuccessful. They actually are not able to take Stalingrad, and as a result can't push further and deeper into the Soviet Union.
Everybody in Germany lost somebody at Stalingrad, so this wasn't something that could be hidden from the German people. After Stalingrad, Hitler will make no more public appearances. He's so embarrassed.
The failure exposes a weakness of Hitler, and the Allied forces were ready to exploit it.
While war rages on beyond its fences, within the Wolf's Lair there is an eerie air of normality concealing rising tensions. August 1943. As the tide of war shifts decisively in favor of the Red Army, the atmosphere in the Wolfschanze undergoes significant change.
Hitler now orders improvements to be made at Wolfschanze because, of course, the danger is becoming more real. As well, it's symbolic that we're not going to abandon this place. We're going to win this war, and so we're going to invest money into improving this place because we're not leaving.
When Hitler ordered additional fortifications, he had it built to be able to withstand a 6.8-ton bomb, the so-called Grand Slam.
This new improved design consisted of an inner concrete wall and an outer concrete shell, and the space in between was filled with sand to absorb the shock of the heaviest bombs.
If these structures were to experience a direct hit from the Grand Slam bomb, they would be okay. However, that energy needs to go somewhere, so that first impact will propagate through that 3.5 meter thick concrete roof, blowing all sorts of bits off it as it creates a path down to the 0.5 meter thick sand layer that helps dissipate some more of that energy, and eventually down into the original concrete roof. By then, it's very manageable. A lot of that energy has dissipated out through the concrete, and the interior space is maintained and safe.
By 20th of September 1943, security at the Wolf's Lair is tightened with the creation of an inner zone within Sperrkreis 1 called Sperrkreis A or 1A. Access to Sperrkreis A is strictly limited to individuals directly serving Hitler or those with offices there, each issued special passes for regular entry.
The Führer bunker is transformed into a fortress with a complex series of passages. Roofs are fortified to a thickness of 7 meters of concrete. And these bunkers are also windowless for added security.
Any sort of opening in a structure can be a point of vulnerability. Think about a window or a door. By choosing to eliminate those, you're really building an even stronger, secure space.
Pipes are also installed to bring in natural oxygen from outside because Hitler is worried that this internal oxygen being piped through the rooms could lead to some sort of an explosion.
Should an enemy gas attack force a complete seal, this artificial supply becomes his only lifeline. Fearing the threat of a bombing, he insists his oxygen canisters reside in a hidden ditch outside.
Hitler also installed anti-aircraft radar that could detect enemy aircraft up to 96 kilometers away. So even as the Soviets advance, Hitler is digging in and not accepting that his vision of a German-dominated Eastern Europe may be on the wane.
Hitler's bunker becomes almost a physical manifestation of what's happening in his mind, that he's becoming increasingly paranoid, sealing himself off from the rest of the world, holding himself up in this cramped small space, surrounded by this labyrinthine maze of halls and passages.
September 1944, the Red Army closes in. The Wolf's Lair stockpiles weapons alongside reinforcements of tanks and armored vehicles.
Hitler was really hunkering down in the Wolf's Lair. And sure, he was increasingly cocooned and paranoid, but also he was increasingly under threat by Allied advances. So it does make some sense that he would feel the need to have increased protections and fortifications at a time when the war wasn't going the way he thought it should, and the prospect of an enemy attack on his position was more and more realistic.
A colossal fortress of concrete and steel emerges at the Wolf's Lair, Hitler's new bunker, dwarfing all others in the complex. This behemoth stretches 36 meters in each direction and reaches 18 meters tall. Overhead, an ominous double-layered ceiling 8 meters thick hangs like a constant threat. His personal fortress is anchored into the earth with a foundation that penetrates 8 meters into the ground.
That is a ton of extra concrete. These bunkers are incredibly strong, and that was important to Hitler.
The longer the war drags on, the deeper Hitler retreats into seclusion. The insular society within the Wolf's Lair shields its inhabitants from the harsh realities outside. Bad news seldom breaches the barbed wire, and those who dare to deliver it are dismissed as lacking a global perspective or labeled defeatist.
The Wolf's Lair is actually where Hitler spends most of his time in the later years of the war, so it begins to feel less like a temporary refuge and more like his full-time home.
Being in that bunker highlights the fact that he is incapable of really leading his people and that his reality is crumbling around him.
Despite all the physical protections, the base's greatest defense is its hidden location, or so they think. The Allies know the geographical location of the Wolfschanze thanks to their intelligence and communications interception services. However, only the heaviest bombers stripped down to their bare elements could reach East Prussia. The logistical nightmare cripples the plan. A direct assault from the air fades into a tantalizing but impossible task.
They hesitate dropping a bomb on it, primarily because they don't know if Hitler's going to actually be there. It's like attacking anything preemptively. You have to be sure of your target. Otherwise, your intelligence might be compromised.
Raids on other Nazi targets in eastern Germany cause heavy aircrew losses, and any attempt to bomb the Wolfschanze faces strong resistance. Summer 1944. As Hitler's paranoia intensifies, his daily life at the Wolf's Lair becomes a fortress of suspicion. Despite the thick walls and tight security, things are not going well. Dissent brews among those closest to him, plotting in the shadows of his most fortified headquarters.
We can see that there are kind of these grumblings in terms of Hitler's leadership and also the poor decisions that he's making.
Hitler is fantasizing in a bunker while his ministers have to shuffle back and forth between paradise and inferno that Germany is becoming.
I think at that point in time, many military officials had probably started questioning, well, what's the end game here? And when it comes to an end, what is Germany's position going to be?
The tide of war has turned, and fingers point squarely at Hitler, the architect of their nation's ruin. Over the past year, there have been at least 40 attempts on his life, but Hitler's ironclad security and a sliver of luck have carried him through.
A small number of high-ranking members of the German armed forces decide that they are going to assassinate Hitler and try and take over the German government.
If you were a member of the Nazi elite and you were planning an attack on Hitler, you also had to contend with all of the perimeters, all of the security zones, all of the things that protected Hitler from anything that could cause him harm, injury, or death.
Wishing to see the end of Hitler and his regime was one thing, but achieving it was another. Fortunately, a mechanism already exists for temporarily seizing key government agencies. Operation Valkyrie, originally designed by the German military to counter internal revolts or takeover attempts. This plan tasks the reserve army in Berlin with immediately occupying and securing all government buildings and communications installations. It also establishes emergency military control over civilian authorities.
Operation Valkyrie was simply a code word ordered by a general, and they start arresting high-ranking officials on the presumption that they're traitors.
The point of the coup was not only to kill Adolf Hitler, it was also to take control of the German state and the German military away from the Nazi Party. What motivated them to attempt an assassination was really the feeling that Hitler was going to lead Germany into defeat and ruin.
Hitler seems untouchable. The conspirators would need to pick a static location for their attack. The isolated headquarters where Hitler has already spent long stretches of time could be their best shot.
The Wolf's Lair becomes an ideal location for a number of reasons. First of all, they know that Hitler's there, so their target is physically in the complex. Second of all, they have access to Hitler in that complex through one of the conspirators. Third, the isolation of the Wolf's Lair will probably give them much needed time to successfully overthrow the Nazi leadership.
A young officer, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg, emerges as the unlikely champion. Fate intervenes in 1944, granting Stauffenberg a coveted role, Chief of Staff. This newfound access to Hitler offers the chance to rewrite history with a single explosive act. That summer, a golden opportunity presents itself when Stauffenberg receives a personal invitation to meet with the Führer himself. This could be the moment the conspirators have been waiting for, a moment that could change the course of the entire war.
The stakes are high for the success or failure of this operation. If the coup is successful, that's an additional year of Hitler's rule, of Hitler's destruction of Germany, of Hitler's ongoing industrial genocide that could have been stopped in its tracks. And if the plotters fail, that means certain death for all of them.
July 20th, 1944. A lone figure, Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg, 36 years old and burdened with the nation's fate, arrives at the Wolf's Lair. He carries with him a deadly secret, a briefcase that holds the key to a desperate gamble, the assassination of Adolf Hitler.
Each of the explosives that Stauffenberg planned to use in the assassination included a chemical starter with a 10-minute delay.
So Stauffenberg is called to the Wolf's Lair, and he arrives with 2 bombs. He is able to activate one of them, but he doesn't have time to activate the second one.
Just before the meeting, Stauffenberg catches word that the location has been changed at the last minute.
Because it's a warm summer day, the original location of the meeting is changed to a different room that has better ventilation. So we're no longer in sort of this concrete bunker, we're actually in a regular room with windows and a wooden frame.
The table at which they're meeting doesn't have legs. It has these thick wooden oak bulkheads that support the table. Stauffenberg puts the briefcase under the table. The guy who's next to Hitler keeps bumping into the briefcase at his feet, so he takes the briefcase and moves it to the other side of the bulkhead.
2 minutes later, at 12:42, Hitler leans in, tracing a path on a map spread out on the table. Suddenly, a blinding flash follows a deafening roar as the room shakes from the surprise explosion.
The explosive device devastates the conference interior. Broken chairs, shattered glass, and scattered paper is all that remains. A crater approximately 1.5 meters across is left in the place where the briefcase once sat.
24 men are caught in the blast. In that suspended moment, the future of the Führer and Germany hangs in limbo.
The best case scenario for the conspirators is that they kill Hitler and they successfully carry out a coup that leaves them in control of Germany.
Von Stauffenberg has pre-arranged for a phone call so that he's called away from the meeting room. And as he's taking the call, the bomb detonates.
The explosion echoes in Stauffenberg's ears as he races for the exit. Luckily for him, the guards at the airfield have not yet been notified of the attack, and his car is able to pass through unchallenged.
Stauffenberg gets back to Berlin and assumes that Hitler has been killed, and he puts in place the rest of the Valkyrie protocol.
The inferno clears, revealing a scene of devastation. One man was instantly killed, and others cling to life. But amidst the carnage, a figure emerges. Hitler, shaken but alive. His injuries are minor. The bomb, a monstrous gamble, has failed.
The bomb goes off, of course, the bulkhead saves Hitler. There's a famous photo of one of Hitler's staff holding Hitler's pants. Hitler's pants are shredded.
I don't believe the original plot. A bomb in a suitcase, it wouldn't destroy that concrete. It wouldn't make that thing collapse. However, it is going to contain that force in a constrained area. It has nowhere to go and would cause dramatic impacts. The wood structure is so fragile in comparison that explosive force just blows the whole thing up. And that plays a big role in why this attempt failed.
The fact that only one of the bombs had been armed probably also saved Hitler's life.
I mean, thank God they failed, because if in July 1944 you had competent generals take over the war, we might have lost that war. Hitler being left alive is the best break we might have had.
It just destroys his world because he's created the most secure, safe bunker, and yet the handful of people who are let in are the ones who are trying to kill him. And this is why he goes out and kills thousands of people afterwards, because he is furious.
News of his survival reaches General Friedrich Fromm, commander of the Reserve Army. Originally a supporter of the July plot, he turns on his fellow conspirators to hide his involvement and spare his own life. The coup attempt only lasts about 7 hours and collapses at midnight. Around 12:30 a.m., Count Klaus von Stauffenberg is arrested, sentenced to death, and executed immediately.
And that's one of the rare times you hear Hitler. Hitler gets on the radio to prove that he's still alive, you know, with that distinct voice of his.
Approximately 700 people are arrested, and around 180 people are brutally executed for their role or alleged role in the assassination attempt on Hitler.
Hitler's inner circle tightens, and his army is now deemed a liability. His already powerful headquarters is ordered to be made even stronger. The walls are thickened, an anti-tank gun bristles, and machine gun nests are installed. Soon the SS arrives with an array of weapons. The failed assassination breeds paranoia, transforming the once confident Wolfschanze into a monument of fear.
It highlights the fact that Hitler is not invincible and the Wolf's Lair isn't impenetrable.
Hitler needs to give it a positive spin, and so he says he survived the assassination attempt, and that probably makes him even more the right man to lead Germany in this effort.
This is not uncommon for megalomaniacal leaders who survive an assassination attempt. They see the very fact of their survival as proof that it's their destiny to see their vision and their mission through to completion.
In late 1944, the situation for the Nazis grows increasingly dire. The successful Allied invasion of Normandy and the Soviet Red Army's relentless push from the east severely diminished Germany's control over occupied territories. At the time of the assassination attempt, the Soviets are just 140 kilometers from the Wolfschanze complex. As the Red Army advances into East Prussia, air raid warnings become almost daily occurrences at Wolf's Lair, marking the site's decline from a strategic hub to a place of palpable urgency and desperation. The inevitability of the Soviet capture becomes apparent, signaling the fall of Wolfschanze.
In November 1944, construction was finally completed on the Wolf's Lair, but the concrete hardly had time to set before Hitler had to flee because the Soviet Red Army was only 16 kilometers away.
Hitler orders the Wolf's Lair to be demolished before the Red Army can actually get there.
The destruction of the Wolf's Lair was codenamed blowing up the island and was intended to prevent any use of this Nazi bastion by the Russians as they came across.
They needed 8 tons of dynamite to blow up one of these bunkers. And in that explosion, chunks of concrete would rocket to up to 20 meters in the air.
It's said that the blast caused cracks through the ice of a nearby lake and blew roof tiles off the houses in nearby villages.
The destruction was another attempt to control Germany's fate. They destroyed it themselves. They got rid of any evidence of any foul doing themselves. They got rid of the legacy themselves.
On January 27, 1945, a once unimaginable scene unfolds when the Red Army enters the Wolfschanze headquarters without firing a single shot.
The capture of the Wolf's Lair is an important domino in the fall of Hitler and his regime. The fact that this place that he had spent most of his time while he was conducting the war, he is no longer there, and it's in the hands of his mortal enemy.
As Berlin is being destroyed all around them, Hitler is plotting for what would come next. What do they leave behind? Who should take charge? What should the fate of the German people and the German state be? It's all delusion, because the only thing that could come next was unconditional surrender.
On April 30th, 1945, facing defeat in Berlin, Hitler ends his life by shooting himself in the head.
The Nazi regime breaks down. It's incapable of continuing without him.
In the months that follow, Nazi Germany capitulates, culminating in its unconditional surrender on May 7, 1945. After the war, Soviet authorities embark on the arduous task of clearing landmines around the area. It takes a decade before they can successfully clear all 54,000 landmines that had been carefully planted around the perimeter.
Hitler saw himself as the architect of a 1,000-year Reich, and these buildings that he had constructed were intended to stand the test of time.
While most of this site was demolished or destroyed, we can still see in that central security zone remnants of Hitler's bunker.
The great irony about the assassination attempt on Hitler is the Wolf's Lair had been set up to protect him from any and all threats, but in the end, the threat comes from within.